Education. Today is September 23rd, 2020. I'm calling this meeting to order. Can we have an attendance roll call, please?
Yes, on the attendance roll call, Student Director Ramos, Student Director Powell, Director Torres, Director Harris,
Here.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Ng, Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Here.
and President London.
Here.
Okay, quorum present.
Thank you. At this time, the Board of Education is going to recess into closed session. While we are in closed session, we will be discussing labor matters and legal matters. We expect to return at 5:30 p.m. on this Zoom station. We are now in recess.
Madam President, you may begin.
Good evening. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education, September 23rd, 2020. We are returning from closed session. Can we have an attendance roll call, please?
Yes, on the attendance roll call, second roll call, Student Director Ramos,
Present.
Student Director Powell, Director Torres, Director Harris,
Here.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Ng, Director Ng, Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Here.
and President London.
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you for joining us for the regular school board meeting, and Shana Tova to all. We are going to start with our normal check on interpreting needs. To do that, I'd like to ask the Zoom administrator to automatically lower everyone's hand. Make sure all the hands are lowered. Great. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Andres de la Torre to ask if Spanish interpretation is needed for the start of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Andrés de la Torre, soy uno de los traductores del Distrito Escolar de Oakland. Este mensaje es para las personas que hablan español. This message is going to be only for the person who speaks Spanish. If you don't speak Spanish, you don't have to do anything. Las personas que hablan español pueden ver allí en su pantalla que está el círculo de la interpretación en la parte de abajo de su computadora. Ese círculo que dice interpretación de ese mundo, le van a dar clic a ese mundo y van a escoger español. Ustedes nada más me van a poder escuchar a mí y a mi compañera Cintia, que vamos a estar aquí traduciendo para ustedes. Y si tienen alguna pregunta, la van a poner en el chat. No sé cómo lo van a traducir, pero creo que las preguntas las van a hacer hasta después. Entonces, nada más, sí me gustaría que ustedes dijeran que están aquí escuchando el español de alguna manera para que nosotros sigamos traduciendo para ustedes. Si tienen alguna pregunta, es todo lo que tienen que hacer. Gracias. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. We're now going to ask Ms. Angel Ho if she can ask if Cantonese interpretation is needed for the start of the meeting.
各位歐倫社區好，呢度係歐倫教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，等一陣你會喺你嘅電腦嘅右下方見到個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊呢個符號之後，你可以揀中文，然後你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要我哋嘅翻譯嘅話，麻煩你喺下邊舉一舉你嘅手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President London.
And Madam President, no interpretation is needed at this time.
Great. Thank you very much, General Counsel and our interpreters. Moving forward, our process tonight will be that at the beginning of each item to ask in Spanish and then Cantonese, that those who need interpreting to raise their hand before each item so that we know that interpreting is requested rather. If no hands are raised at the beginning of an item for a particular language, then no interpreting will be provided for that item. If no interpretation has been requested for an item by 8 p.m., no interpretation will be provided for the rest of the meeting. In honor of National Community Schools Managers Week, which is this week, I would like to thank all of our community school managers for their amazing work in support of our students, which has continued consistently since we had to shelter in place beginning in March. And we want to appreciate our community school managers who have gone above and beyond during this pandemic. We really very, very much appreciate each of you. Next, I want to acknowledge the loss in our community and our country of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The values that Justice Ginsburg brought to her work and to our country are the values that we share in the Oakland Unified School District. Many of you know that she died Friday evening at the beginning of the start of the Jewish New Year. She was Jewish. And they say in the Jewish custom that someone who dies at that moment between the 2 years is a very wise person, a tzaddik. And I take great inspiration in that. And I also just want to share with you all something very personal. For many years, I read Justice Ginsburg's workout routine several years ago, and many of you may be familiar with this. And she did 20 push-ups a day for years. This was her thing, right? And so I myself, for many years, have been doing 20 push-ups a day to boost up RBG. And now that she's gone, I am continuing to do the push-ups in her memory. And so I would like to invite anyone in the community who is interested to every day, when you wake up, do your 20 push-ups and think of Justice Ginsburg and everything that she meant to you and to our country. That's my personal request. Now I'm going to move on with the agenda. I'm going to give a quick overview of tonight's meeting. As usual, there are many important items on tonight's agenda, and I would like to highlight a few of them. First, the board will take action on the district's learning continuity and attendance plan. This document is used for districts to explain to students, families, and stakeholders how they will provide quality distance learning opportunities and support the needs of students and staff during the 2020-2021 school year. The board will also take action tonight on distance learning memoranda of understanding that have been negotiated with our bargaining units. And the board will be discussing or taking action on a range of policies covering topics from climate change to distance learning to the agenda order of board meetings. If you are able, I hope that you're able to stay for the entire meeting and give public comment if you're interested in doing so. As always, we will do our best to take precautions during this meeting. Of course, regardless of what platform we are using, we cannot anticipate what a speaker says, just like with an in-person meeting. If a member of the public says or shows something inappropriate, I will do my best to immediately have it addressed, but please know that doing so is not immediate as microphones and videos are controlled by staff. Now for the basic usual instructions regarding how we're going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the community. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting, including our student director. We're always so happy to see our student directors with us. Some staff members are also present. Depending on the screen view, you may even see staff names. Staff will only be on video if they are presenting or responding to board questions. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. There are multiple ways that you can make a public comment during the meeting. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Ms. Floyd of our staff will call each member of the public who has raised their hand, either by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of the phone number. Ms. Floyd will then unmute the person and that person may give public comment. After the time has elapsed, Ms. Floyd will remute and move on to the next person. E-comments, electronic comments, will also be available during the meeting. To make an e-comment, go to ousd.org, ousd.org, and scroll down to the Legislative Information Center, upcoming events and live meeting video, and click on the e-comment link to submit comments on an agenda item for a meeting in process. To make public comments in Spanish or Cantonese, please follow these instructions as well. Before starting your public comment, however, please state in Spanish or Cantonese that you would like translation. We will then need to get the translator ready for a consecutive translation. Please say one sentence or phrase at a time and then wait for it to be translated into English. The speaker will, of course, be given extra time. I'm now going to move on to, I believe it's item G, the report out of closed session. On item C1, number 201448, conference with labor negotiators, the board received a report on this matter, discussed this matter, and gave direction. Legal matters. On item C2, 160645, around existing litigation, we approved a settlement in this matter. The motion was made by myself, second by Director Yee. The vote was 5-0-1. Director Hinton Hodge abstained. Director Torres was absent. On item C3, 20-0389, conference with legal counsel around existing litigation, the board received a report on this matter, discussed this matter, and gave direction on this matter. On item C4, item 201798, conference with legal counsel, the board ratified a settlement in this matter. Motion by Director Yee, second by Director Harris. Vote was 6-0 because Director Torres is absent this evening. And that is the end of our report out from closed session. And I need to shift my screen to where we are in the agenda. So we are now going to review our oath of office, which is that we solemnly affirm that we will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and the Charter of the City of Oakland, and will perform the duties of our school board director to the best of our ability. The meeting norms are published in the agenda. Honor the time, act as a collective body, check for understanding, share divergent views, celebrate each other's successes and contributions, presume positive intent, no personal attacks. That brings us to item I, special orders of the day, which we have none. Item J, modifications to the agenda. I will ask our staff if there are any modifications to the agenda this evening.
Madam President, there was one modification to the agenda that I am aware of. It is T.-6. It's a side letter of our file number 2018-96. It's a side letter agreement with ASME that is being withdrawn and probably will come back in several weeks.
Okay,
And
so we will not.
Madam President,
Go
T.-5 as well, the MOU with SCIU. That all seems to be withdrawn and come back in a few weeks.
Okay, thank you. Those two items will come back to us hopefully at our next business meeting. That concludes item J. We will go now to item K, which is the report of our student board member, and we welcome Student Director Ramos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, families, students, board members, and superintendent, and the community, of course. Finally, a meeting without having the orange skies or having nice weather. So that's great to start off. We can go to, oh, can I change this slide? There we go. Oh, there it's not letting me. Oh, difficult. Thank you. Summary of the report. Our first thing is listening to our families, of course, and family resources that will be heading out towards our slideshow. Our second thing is listening to student voices. We've also added appreciations to our students who are starting their businesses during COVID, who are just doing amazing things during COVID and just having that happiness during our horrible, or like, how can I say this, during our horrible time during the year, of course. And we also have, this is something that actually touched my heart. It's from the TCN and ICS playground that is being built and will be presented. And of course, student voices that are being affected right now at this moment. The next thing is also student leadership and events, which is the ACC planning and our priorities, and Oakland Youth Vote, of course. Listening to our families. There you go. Family resources. Of course, food distribution is still going on every Monday and Thursday from 8 p.m. to 1 p.m. All students now from Oakland under the age of 18 years old and younger are eligible to get free food. For more information, you can go to ousd.org/nutrition or call 510-879-1700. Technology, of course, if you have not filled out the survey, please complete the survey. Since this is on TV and Zoom, all you have to do is take out your phone and scan the QR code. Now listening to our student voice. This one was a tough one right now. We are still in the process of making a survey that will be sent out to OUSD students. So this is some things that our students are feeling. Many students are feeling a lot of fatigue, unmotivated, and frustrated, just because of sitting at home on a computer, some up to 2 hours a day, a full Zoom, and it's just your eyes are starting to hurt. Of course, throughout the day, your body is just, you need breaks. And something that my teachers are starting to do is give breaks during the class, or also give seconds to just look somewhere off to give your eyes some rest. Also, of course, many seniors are experiencing the feeling of being unmotivated to do college apps or continue with school. Many of our families are in need of support with their children. Of course, many of our families in OUSD also need support since many of our families do not know how to conduct a computer or how to, do not speak the language of English. So it's a lot of hard for them to be able to stay on a computer or be able to teach a child of how to manage on the computer. So this is our second thing. Kids Cubed is founded by Ahmed Mohammed, who attends Oakland Technical High School with District 1 with our school board member, Jody London. Ahmed Mohammed is a senior at Oakland Tech High School, founded Kids Cube for low-income students to be able to have this amazing love for science and be able to have future leaders of Oakland to become scientists. He has donated over 250 kids to OUSD schools and will give out over 400 kits to MLK and Claremont. He'll also be hiring later on in the months Oakland High School students. And for more information, you can email me at jessica.ramos@ousd.org or go to the website kidscube.com. I actually got to try out these experiments with my own nephew, and he loved them. He's right on the left, I believe. And he loved them, and he's a second grader at Roots, so he was just impressed of like the look in his eyes just during the COVID was amazing to have that happiness. So it's great that what Ahmed is doing, and also different students from Oakland that are helping Ahmed out. Now, the playground for TCN and ICS students. This is expected to be finished by October 2020. It's over 40 trees are being planted. Students will have equitable access to green environment, and both students work with student and family engagement. There's also a video that can also be played just to give a little more happiness to the meeting. We also stop at 2:55. Give it a few more seconds. If not.
Mr. Suchow, are you able to pull up the video? I think I know the video that she has in mind, and it's beautiful.
There's no sound.
A huge long slab of concrete. There's no shade, there's no place for kids to rest, and it gets super hot.
I don't want to go outside in the sun because it's going to be too bright. When we play on the playground, like when we sit on the slide, we get burned.
On a day like today, asphalt can get up to 120 degrees, and that's not a healthy environment for children. We have pretty high levels of asthma, and being able to provide fresh air and oxygen through trees, and I believe we have 45 new trees going in. I mean, there's just no words to express the gratitude. Especially with COVID-19, I think it's going to be really important that students have access to outdoor space when we do come back to school.
And I think if we give our kids a little bit better idea of the earth and the trees, they'll become better caretakers.
Yo estuve participando en la mayoría de las reuniones para involucramiento de padres, familias y todas las partes interesadas. Las partes que a mí me emocionaban más es cuando los padres se involucraban con sus hijos en diseñar cómo era su sueño de ellos, qué era el patio que ellos querían, cómo lo querían ver.
They came up with amazing ideas. It's that engagement that really is the magic. It's our secret recipe for creating successful projects, not just in Oakland, but across the country, because the community see themselves in the project.
From an equity standpoint, for students who may not have that sense of tranquility in their own neighborhoods, we especially want to make sure that our schools have living schoolyards, that there's green spaces, we have places for gardening. It's not just a boutique, nice to have sort of thing, but it really is connected to kids being in that space to learn and to be engaged and to feel joyous when they come to school.
There's a big conversation going on right now in our country around race and equity, and to me this work is right at the heart of it. Which of our students get to benefit from having these beautiful yards that are filtering the air and providing educational opportunities? We need to make sure that that's available for every student in Oakland.
What you are doing is education, it's youth development, it is environmental stewardship, it is social justice. It is all those things wrapped into one. We have to do this everywhere, and I'm so thankful that you're doing it in Oakland.
Thank you so much again. I just want to share a little quick story. I won't take a lot of time, but I actually attend Think College now. I was one of those students who would be crying over like how the sun would hit my face, or why I couldn't go on the playground because the slide was too hot, or when I just didn't want to go outside because I'd rather stay inside because the AC was just much better than being outside. I remember breaking the water bottles and making little holes so I can be able to wet myself. And now seeing trees as are being planted, my I don't want to cry. But my teacher, my kindergarten teacher, who was an amazing person, her name was Marie Sanner. She was dedicated to the gardening and showing her students about gardening. And she passed away about 5 years ago. She was an amazing teacher at Think College now, and she was the one who taught me how to garden and how to protect our community and how to protect our environment. So just seeing this is just making my heart very, very explode. So I hope to see new generations that will come, like Xiomara, who is our star from OUSD, who is Hema's little sister, who will now be, I believe, a second grader, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, she is an amazing speaker and advocate for her school. So I hope to see those generations to come and fill this position and speak for the future generations. So yeah. Is it loading? There we go. Student leadership and events. So the All City Council, we have finally committed to our priorities for the All City Council fall school semester. Oakland Youth, which I'll be sharing about in the next slide, and collaborating with Oakland Youth Advisory Board to do the candidate forums for local election and school board and citywide for our November 2020. COVID-19 prevention campaign. Many members of the ACC governing board are helping with the design of the OUSD COVID-19 prevention campaign. Now, officially, this is great news for all the students in Oakland. Oakland Youth Vote, which is now known as Measure QQ, it's officially on the ballot. The Oakland Youth Vote is a critical opportunity to extend the right to the school board elections to 16 and 17-year-olds. Phone banking has started for Measure QQ from Monday to Thursday from 4 to 8 p.m. And we are having student volunteers. We are also in need of student volunteers. The Open Youth Vote launch event will happen on October 2nd from 3:30 to 4:30. And that will conclude our presentation. Please also excuse Sam Powell, who is also going through a lot at this time, who is not here in attendance. She also helped me out with the slide, and we are just proud of our first slideshow. Thank you.
That was really excellent. Thank you very much, Student Director Ramos. Director, did you want to ask a question or something? Go ahead.
Thank you. I was also interested in the presentation, Director Ramos. I was wondering, in high school, how do kids get the necessary support for their college applications? How is that process going along? And can you share with the board some of your observations about it?
Absolutely. I myself am actually going through the whole college app process myself. So I have used a lot of my school resources at Skyline. We do have the college help center, which is now known as the CCC. And they're actually doing one-on-ones. They're trying to call the seniors that they can and say, who needs help, who also conduct one-on-ones, and also doing new seminars of how to write a college essay, how to write your personal statement, or how to start with the UCs and of course that's now following up on October 1st with the financial aid. So a lot of our college advisors and even our teachers are trying to support as much as their seniors so they can complete their college apps.
Thank you very much.
And Director Hinton Hodge, did you have a comment or question?
Yes, thanks so much, and thanks for sharing what's happening with your colleague. I just, I know we're all in these spaces around struggle, and I think it's okay. So, but beautiful slides and appreciate contribution. I put inside your chat a a resource, but appreciate the opportunity to actually kind of be on the record and say that if there are any more students that you know that are doing the work of PubMed, there is Educate 78 alongside of Energy Converters is doing small mini grants from $500 to $5,000. Pretty simple Google form to fill out. And that process, they have a fund of $100,000. And the goal is really to get it to the people and get it to students. We love teachers and all the educators, but this is definitely a space that we wanted to make available to community members that are doing the work and have these innovations and these ideas, and may need simple resources just to, you know, if your students were moving around the city to just do study group, to do college applications together, like let's give you bus fare, you know, to do that, or let's make sure we can, you know, provide you lunch during that time period when you're studying and doing some things. So it's wide open, and just want to appreciate his work, and many other students that are doing that type of work. And please, you know, let us know how we can support. But this one, I think, is through the Energy Converters on the People's Literacy Fund. You might find a lot of students very interested in it. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Board Member Hinton.
Thank you. Anything else? I just want to thank you for highlighting the Living Schoolyards work, Director Ramos, and our partnership with the Trust for Public Land. Not included in the video is a similar project that's happening on the Havens Court campus, the Coliseum College Prep campus, in partnership with the Rose Foundation. And this is a good way for us to preview later in the agenda a conversation we'll be having around a sustainability policy. So thank you very much. That will conclude the student director's report, item K. We'll move now to item L, the president's report. While the staff is pulling up the president's report presentation, I just want to acknowledge that, as many of you know, it was announced today that I just lost my text, that no charges were filed against the police officers in Louisville for the killing of Breonna Taylor. On behalf of the board, I'd like to express our sorrow, anguish, and anger that yet again, our justice system has failed to do what it was intended to do, actually provide justice. For those who choose to express their sadness and anger by demonstrating, please do so safely and peacefully. Thank you for helping me express that. I also want to, on a happier note, extend congratulations to the Oakland Martin Luther King Oratorical Festival, which Sunday received an Emmy Award on national television for our We Are the Dream video produced by Miss Awele Makeba from Skyline High School, all about the oratorical. And there's more information on our website about this. You can view the show for free. There's links there, so we really hope you'll take advantage of that. And congratulations to every student in our city, because every student in our city participates in the oratorical, and Oakland is truly unique with the oratorical. I know of no other district that has an oratorical. So at this point, I am going to move into the more formal part of the president's report. We're continuing our presentation this evening of work completed in our capital program as we near the end of the Measure J program. The last time I reported on this, we focused on our largest and most recent projects: the Center, Fremont High School, Glenview Elementary School, and Madison Park K through 8. What was the 6 through 12 program, excuse me, rather. This week, we're focusing on some smaller but no less important projects, our fire alarms. Can we go to the next slide, please? Last year, we adopted a master plan for replacing our fire alarms and upgrading them. Fire alarms have been an ongoing area of focus for our capital program, which we restarted our local bond program in the late 90s. Fire alarms are a critical element of safety for our students and staff, as well as an important part of our property protection program. Fire alarm systems require ongoing evaluation for upgrade or replacements as components reach the end of life and fall out of the state sets codes for fire alarms, and we have to make sure that we maintain our fire alarms at those codes. Over the last 20 years, and those of us who were on the facilities committee last year remember this, fire alarm systems have become totally computerized with microprocessors in the main control panels, as well as each component device. The state building code that requires monitoring connections has changed from copper telephone line to cell service to dedicated data network connection. Here you see the latest model control panel. Can we have the next slide, please? And these are the most visible part of our fire alarm systems, the strobes and the strobe horn units. And these too are mandated by code, as I understand it. Go to the next slide. This is one of the control panels with the aerosol cans of carbon monoxide and artificial smoke that we use for testing alarm heads. We'll go to the next slide. And these are some examples of what a retrofit installation looks like. Next slide, please. Through the combined efforts of our facilities and our buildings and ground staff, we were able to incorporate a fire alarm master plan in the 2020 facilities master plan approved in May. The fire alarm master plan documents our need to spend over $4 million each year for the next several years to keep up with replacement and upgrade needs district-wide. Here is the main panel at our new central kitchen project and our buildings and grounds electrician programming the final install. Next slide, please. As I wrap up, we're going to show the fire alarm projects that we've completed in the last 12 years, starting with our child development centers. You can see we've spent about $2 million on the CDCs. Next slide. These are the elementary schools where we've done fire alarm upgrades, and the costs do add up. Next slide. At our middle schools, we've done multiple replacements. The projects listed here are the standalone fire alarm only projects. This is in addition to the replacement fire alarm projects as part of our major construction projects, including the Center, Glenview, Madison, Fremont, and Greenleaf. So those ones we incorporate as we go. Next slide. There's 36 sites across the district that are in the current fire alarm master plan for a total of close to $13 million. Before I conclude this presentation, I want to just check with Mr. Nakatagawa, who I believe is on the line, to make sure I haven't overlooked something that he would want me to say.
No, I think you captured it very well. Just to emphasize how important those systems are for our, the health of our facilities, and just thank you for your support.
Great. So that concludes the president's report. I want to thank everyone for supporting our students. So, there's things that are not as sexy and exciting. Fire alarms definitely fall in that category, but they're extremely important. So we appreciate everyone's work on that. So that concludes the president's report. Is there anybody want to add anything on that? Okay, so we're now going on to item M, which is the superintendent's
President London,
report.
I do want to say one thing, which is just thank you, Oakland voters, for Measure J, which made those projects possible.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. So we'll turn it over now to you, Superintendent Johnson Trammell. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Board President London, and good evening, everyone, community. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope and pray that everyone is surviving these challenging times and doing their very, very best to socially distance, stay safe, stay healthy, remain connected to loved ones, whether that be family or friends, and being there for others. It can be healing to, just extend your love or whatever you can do to help someone else out in your community during these challenging times. So next slide, please. In the SUP report tonight, my team and I will provide updates around enrollment, attendance, technology distribution, where we are with the rollout of our citywide learning hubs, and an update on the planning process for our new strategic plan. Next slide, please. As we move through this COVID-19 era as a district, we remain intently focused on relying on our village mentality. That is harnessing the wisdom, resources, and leadership of the collective to navigate this new territory to support our students and families through and beyond this era of COVID-19. As I will share momentarily, when we work in deep partnership within school sites, between school sites and district staff, and among stakeholders across our city and collaboration, we are better positioned to provide support that is needed for our students and families. Next slide, please. Creating an equitable system of supports and high quality learning is challenging work. And although we are not yet where we want to and need to be, there are many in our community hard at work to make things better for our students and families on a daily basis. And I'd like to take the time to lift up some of the amazing folks working on behalf of students and families across the district and just share some upcoming events. First, I'd like to shout out Bret Harte Middle School for their focus on promoting independent reading among students. There have been a team of staff that have designed curbside pickup for library books so that students have access to grade level text at home. Another shout out to the REACH support staff, that is Cynthia Gilbert, Pilar Becar Varela, Peter Catalfo, Juliet Labrie, Natalia Gibbs, and Jessica Funk for going the extra mile to ensure that REACH elementary students are receiving critical supplies for both learning kits and technology. Thank you for your service and going above and beyond for your community. I want to echo Board President London's sentiments about this being National Community School Managers Week. I just want to let everyone know that we have 42 school community managers at 42 of our school sites. And I would say now, more than ever before, we really see the importance of having that role in schools. These folks have been doing everything from helping with food distribution, tech, conducting home visits, supporting schools with attendance, and just being that extra critical arm to make sure that there's connections between students and families in schools. And so we deeply appreciate you. We appreciate all the partners who supported us to be able to have these critical staff in our schools. And we appreciate all the managers for all that they do. I also want to let everyone know that it is Latino Heritage Month in Oakland Unified, which we celebrate from September 15th through October 15th. And this is the time of year that marks Independence Day for many countries, which our Latino students, families, and staff represent. We celebrate now because of the immense pride this season of independence means to our entire community. Frick United Academy of Language and Bret Harte Middle School kicked off this month celebrating Latino staff on their campus and raising awareness of the Latino historical legacy throughout the Americas with racial justice and women's rights. Even though we are in remote learning, folks are being extremely creative in terms of how to have more virtual celebrations. So there is a college and career panel featuring Latino employees from the Golden State Warriors organization that will happen on October 1st. Which is a Thursday from 4 to 5. There's going to be the Zoom link and information posted at the end of this week on www.ousd.org/LSA. There's also going to be a district-wide student art, video making, and poetry writing contest, highlighting Latino leaders that have had a positive impact and influenced U.S. history. The deadline for that will be Friday, October 5th. And prizes will be awarded to top submissions. A huge shout out to Daniel Guzman for organizing this competition and activity for our students. Lastly, I want to let everyone know that La Clinica and Unity Council are offering free COVID-19 testing this Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 5 in the parking lot of La Clinica de la Raza. And information is on our Facebook page just for details. So just a huge appreciation for our partnership with La Clinica and the Unity Council for offering this critical service as we are working across the city and obviously across the nation in terms of testing. So please take advantage of that service this weekend. And finally, I also want to highlight that OUSD in more ways than one pretty much swept the Emmys on Sunday. I want to start off just highlighting Zendaya, who is an alumni, who was one of the youngest drama leads. Her mother, actually, Miss Claire Stormer, taught at Fruitvale Elementary for 20 years. I mean, even as a celebrity, she's remained connected to our schools, tutoring kids. She actually donated during our food distribution in the summertime. I'd like to shout out Yahya Abdul Mateen II, who graduated from MAC in 2004. He's shown up at Oakland Promise events. He has mentored many high school students, and he received an Emmy for his supporting role in Watchmen. And of course, last but not least, our We Are the Dream, which featured so many current OUSD students. As many of you remember, we premiered the documentary at the Fox Theater when we could all be in person. That feels like so long ago. And just want to shout out and give a deep appreciation to Miss Awele Makiba, who does her thing virtually at Skyline. I had the pleasure of checking in with her last week, and she's already, okay, I've got the plan for the virtual oratorical. So she's already planning for this unique space that we're in. But she is really the one behind, you know, taking our long-standing history with oratory and putting new vision. And so now she is being inundated with districts across the nation who've been inspired by this video. So thanks to all the students, the teachers who help these students prepare, which you get to see a little glimpse of in the video, all the parents who spent countless hours. So it was just great to see Oakland in so many shapes and forms be highlighted in the Emmys. So again, those are my brief announcements. I'm gonna pass it along now to our Executive Director of Enrollment, Sonali, and you will hear from my team for other announcements. Thank you. Oh, one more thing, just got a shout out in this picture you see here. That is our Honorable Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who came by to pay Elmhurst United a visit. Our food distribution program has just become a national phenomenon. So she personally came to just thank all the folks that you see there, community school manager, teachers, all kinds of staff who are there just making sure that students are getting what they need. And you'll see some of our board leadership there as well. All right.
Superintendent, before you move on, Superintendent, before we move on, we also want to announce that September 30th is, I believe it is International Translation Day. So we want to thank Ms. Ho for highlighting that, and we want to thank our translators for helping in so many ways with our work.
Thank you for sharing that, Board President.
Could we go to the next slide? One more. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent, and good evening to our board members and our community. Here is an overview of our recent enrollment numbers for our incoming grades as well as overall. Based on feedback we heard at the last update, the all grades numbers now do include students in special day class settings. There's also now a comparison to our enrollment projection for this year. As you can see, we are 425 students below our projection, which is a little over 1% below our projection. This projection is for Census Day, which happens in early October. So that's a few weeks out. Between now and then, it's possible that our enrollment will go up a little bit, but as we've mentioned at previous updates, we do anticipate we will remain around 400 students below our projection. And as we've also mentioned, this is true at most districts, certainly in California, that we are coming in under our projection, given these unusual times we're in. I will now hand it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Aguilera, to discuss attendance.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maraca. Again, Sandra Aguilera, I'm the Chief Academic Officer for our district. We continue to provide the information around attendance broken down not only by our grade spans, TK through 5th grade, 6th through 8th grade, 9th through 12th grade, but by our demographic data. So we have English language learners, newcomers, our special education students, unhoused, foster youth, African American students, Latino, Asian, and our white students. This was a request stemming from the spring, actually, when we first went into distance learning. And now we have data mechanisms in place so that way we can report out in this way. Last few times that I've reported out on this data, we focused in on unhoused youth. And I'd just like to highlight that we continue to see increases in this area. Most notably is our TK through 5th grade is now at 81%. If you remember, it was closer to the 60, 70 percentile. And we've seen an increase there. I've been asked a few times, like, what is making a difference? And I think that in many settings, the settings that I'm able to hold meetings, our network superintendents with our principals, our clerical staff has a setting as well, our attendance team, and our cost teams. And the cost teams are the coordination of services teams. Those are at the school site level. We are talking about attendance. And we are talking about the 3-step plan to intervene when we see that a student is showing low attendance rates. Again, our research, assessment, and data, we call them the RAD department. They have really made great adjustments so that way we can look at this data in a different way. And just want to thank everyone for asking the questions. That way we could provide the right way of looking at this information. So we'll continue to narrow in on our unhoused youth, our foster youth students who are showing lower rates of attendance, especially in our 9th through 12th grade. I do want to just point out that 9th through 12th grade did show a slight increase of about 1.5% from the last time that we discussed. But again, we still have the work to do around unhoused foster youth, and any groups of students that are below an 80% threshold are the ones that we are narrowing in on. So I will now pass it on to, next slide, please. I believe it is Preston Thomas. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
No, that's all good. Thanks, Sandra. Good evening, director, superintendent, community. Here to give you an update on some of the technology investments we're doing across the district. And so really wanted to start off first by kind of updating.
Excuse me, Mr. Thomas, before you continue, we want to make sure that there's not a need for translation
great.
now. So if we could take a moment to do a check with the translators, please. Mr. De La Torre, are you able to check in with our folks who might need translation?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Great.
Okay, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Andrés de la Torre, soy el traductor de ustedes junto con mi compañera Cintia. Quiero saber si hay personas que están hablando español que necesiten la traducción de la Junta.
各位歐倫社區好，呢度係歐倫教育會委員會。假如你中意廣東話翻譯，請你去你熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊呢個符號之後咧，你可以選擇中文，你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話。I'm done, President London.
Thank you.
Madam President, no translation is needed at this time.
Great. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but that was important.
No, thank you, President London. So really wanted to start off by highlighting some of the investments that we're making to support kind of the distance learning. And so one of the things that we're committed to is making sure that our staff surrounding the instructional core has devices, and so that meet the needs of distance learning. And so we purchased and placed an order for Surface 3 laptops, and I'll walk through just a little bit of the thinking behind those and then who will receive that. It's got a more robust processor that will allow fuller use of the Zoom platform and other learning software that we're investing in. It does have a touch screen, which is a feature that will allow teachers to utilize the screen itself so that they could draw on the screen and take notes for students and really allow them to differentiate a little bit more. There also, one of the big questions that we had was our ability to support this remotely. And our current software that we have within our tech services team really allows us to support those devices remotely. And it also, one of the interesting things is we found out that a lot of our CTE programs in the high school in particular are using PC-based platforms, and this aligns with the needs of teachers within that program. There is a slight difference I just wanted to note is that some of our special ed, particularly our direct student supports, they will be getting a slightly different device that actually has a CD DVD drive connected to it. So it allows them to use some of their software. And so, you know, really in this first phase of kind of some purchasing for staff, one of the things we did is we centered it around the instructional core and around the tasks that students are completing. And so you could see that this is really going to our teachers that are OEA members, paraeducators, instructional support specialists, and instructional assistants. And then on the direct student support side, we're going to be supporting our counselors, our speech language pathologists, psychologists, and social workers. And those last three groups were included within the MOU with OEA. Next slide. So one of the pieces here is last week we didn't get the picture updated in time from Hoover Elementary. So this is actually a picture that Lizette Averoff sent in, and those two students, Rodney Davis and Envy McInnes, that's kind of the essence of what we're trying to do in distance learning and supporting one another to get online and engage in distance learning. And so, you know, one of the big things today is we found out that we've had about 20,396 students that or families that have completed the Tech Check survey. That's about 74% of our students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. And just to give like some context, that's actually 3 times the rate that the charter schools in Oakland have completed to date. And so a huge shout out to all of our schools, our community partners, our distance learning leads, and a special shout out to Director Ramos. I caught that you have the Tech Check survey QR code in there. So it's really a total effort to make sure that we're getting all families to fill that out. Today marks a really important milestone for us. We've been able to integrate and link the 2 data sets for the Oakland Undivided and OUSD's student information system. And what that's going to allow us to do is make sure that the devices that we're distributing to our SDC students and students with IEPs, the Oakland Undivided devices match their IEP and their needs. We'll get accurate lists of families that haven't completed the Tech Check survey so that school sites can really engage in getting them to complete that survey. And a much deeper engagement with the sites now that they have all the information that's in their data system. So one of the things that I talked about last week was just that we are mapping out the digital divide, and you could see there kind of a snapshot of the percentage of students and families that report that they wouldn't have access to a computer or they wouldn't have access to the internet without the support of OUSD and Oakland Undivided. And to date, we've given out about 28,500 Chromebooks, 9,500 hotspots, and all of those scholars that Dr. Aguilera talked about in terms of their attendance rates need those devices to get online. And so making tremendous headway there. And just in terms of like the system improvements, that bottom snapshot is we've uploaded about 15,000 of these devices into Aries so that we could track it individually, student by student, and a lot of hard work on the ground from our school sites to enter all of that data. I wanted to take a second to actually talk about some of the interventions and supports that are happening for school sites. So if we go to the next slide. Just to give the board kind of an idea in the community about what that level of engagement is looking like in OUSD is I wanted to highlight 2 schools. One is Bret Harte Middle School. And just to give kind of an overview is they have about 25 students that are absent each day, but about 560 are online each day. And so they're getting online with an OUSD device that we've loaned them, or an Oakland Undivided computer, or a hotspot that is either a combination of an OUSD hotspot or the Oakland Undivided hotspots that are now out and distributed to schools. What they're doing to engage families that may not have completed the Tech Check survey, and just this is a great view of how they're kind of structuring things, is they are using talking points, they are using email to engage families, but then the second tier is really having advisory teachers check in with their students and making sure their students are completing the survey. And then from that point, they move to individual outreach for families. And you'll notice at the bottom, there's a great article that's linked that kind of, I think it's KQED was tracking kind of some of the work that Brad Hart was doing. So it's a great read around kind of the depth of engagement that our schools are doing in the community. And another highlight I wanted to talk about is Castlemont High School. And one of the things is that, you know, in the number of students that Ms. Maraka talked about in terms of enrollment, some of those students just did not show. And the school is doing site visits with each of those homes and doing home visits to identify the 60 students that never connected with the school. There's another group of 60 students that are engaged online, but we don't know how they're getting engaged. And so we have the school identified mom speaking supports that they need, some support around translation. And so they are out and partnering with, there's going to be a big outreach this Friday that is supported by Oakland Undivided, the Kapoor Center, and the Unity Council that is going to be providing some of those translation to families and engage to make sure that students are getting devices online with technology, and also making sure that they're filling out that tech check survey. So lots of great things happening on the ground around technology, and we'll continue to update the school board as things move forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Curtis Zarecki that's talking about another support around learning hubs.
Thank you, Preston. Good evening, board. Give you a quick update on where we're at with learning hubs. We can go to the next slide. We have some good news to share this week. I mean, I'll start at the bottom of the slide around the virtual tutoring. And I may have mentioned this last time, but we've recruited in partnership with the Oakland Public Education Fund to date 300 adults that are interested and signed up to be virtual tutors. 60 of them have been placed, and the other 240 are in process of getting placed. We also reconnected around the data at our schools and expanded the list of schools that we're going to be partnering with to actually place those tutors. And it's all really based on the data that Dr. Aguilera shared earlier around the attendance and which schools look like they need, their students need support around staying connected to their learning. And we're going to continue to recruit, like the Ed Fund is unbelievably busy processing and matching this final 240, but we're going to continue to recruit and match. So this is going to be really huge to have that number of Oaklanders step up and support our students. The other piece is that we did launch 3 of the learning hubs this week. So at the Fremery, Carmen Flores, and the Jenkins centers, the feeder schools, hats off to all of them for doing a great job identifying the students. Really wanted to thank Nicholas Williams and Dana, the director and deputy director for Oakland City Park and Rec, have been great partners in helping us to put this together. Also wanted to thank BACR, who is the respective after-school provider for most all of the feeder schools to these particular hubs, who are going to be providing the morning session, the academic support session. And so the students were really by referral only. This is not an all call. I mentioned last time around how the demands far greater than our capacity. And back to the data slide, we are focused on housing insecure students referred by our teachers through the COST system for needing this very targeted support. We will be launching with Friends of Peralta Hacienda next week with a cohort of 14 students. And within a couple of weeks, we should be launching with Spanish Speaking Citizens Foundation. We're in the middle of planning with Fremont High School for a cohort of high school students, with Higher Ground, and a couple other organizations that have brick and mortar sites that we can continue to partner to really provide students that really need these services. And I can't emphasize enough how important this limited but really important services. Actually, Preston Thomas and I were talking to one of our high school principals today, and she shared with us the story of about 4 students, from students that were suicidal, students whose parents do not even know where their student is, and the school has a contact with the student and is trying to get that student engaged in their learning, from them not even being at their own home. There was just a number of incidents that were really heart-wrenching to hear the challenges our students are facing. And like, we need to get these students connected to some caring adults and back to their education. And so that's really what this is focused on, is targeted supports to the students with highest need. So I'm excited to have these things getting launched, and just wanted to thank all the partners and all the school staff, the community school managers, Andrea Bustamante, all the people that have been, Salja, Suresh, all the people that have been critical in helping us to launch the tutoring and the learning hubs. And we can go to the next section, which is very excited to share about the 2020-2023 strategic plan engagement. The Superintendent Johnson Trammell has shared with you a few times, and we all know around this journey, to continue in the middle of our challenges, it's important that we continue to vision toward the future. And this is all about us holding on to what's the best from our past around our community schools work and building on our equity work, and looking ahead to who we still want to become as a district, and setting a course of a concrete plan for us to actually accomplish some new goals toward that end. At this point in October, we're going to be spending a lot of time engaging with community to really help us to shape the plan, to really start to narrow some of the big priorities and projects that can become part of the plan. We issued an RFI, so to speak, but basically an application process for community organizations to help lead some of the engagement. We had 14 applications. We're really excited to partner with the community around these. And of course, we've reached out to our stellar board here, and so far, I think one board member has a plan. I think that would be Director Gonzalez, and we would love to engage across all of your districts. And we'll be developing the online survey for the whole community, as well as engaging our students. But the big theme here is that lots of engagement happening in October, really at every level of the city. And we really are looking forward to hearing all the feedback and engaging our community around students thriving. And that, I believe that is the end. I can set this.
Thank you, Curtis Saricki, our Chief of Staff. You were a bit choppy at the end, but
oh, really? I missed that. That was all the exciting stuff you must have missed.
Do you want to? You're back now. Do you want to just briefly kind of go through the timeline? That's kind of when you cut out.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Can we go back to the previous slide?
And then we'll open it up for Q&A.
I'm sorry. I don't even know where I cut out. But I was mentioning that these engagements that will be led by community organizations, partnering with board members and staff around engagements, connecting with our students and doing the online survey. This is all going to happen intensely over the month of October in preparation for the first read of the plan in November. And so I was really just speaking to how excited we are to engage the community at every level around the thriving students, thriving schools, thriving districts, so that we can really start to, again, demonstrate the interconnectedness between student achievement, the effectiveness and well-being of our schools, and the health of our city. And so we're looking forward to engaging with all of you and our community partners in this effort. I hope that was not as choppy as the last time.
That worked. So Wi-Fi spirits were with you. Thank you. So that concludes the report for tonight. Board President London, I'll turn it back to you.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, are there any brief questions for the superintendent about her report? Director Hinton-Hodge, then Director Ng.
I'll try to be brief.
I'm going to ask if we can just try to time the board members, maybe 3 minutes to start.
So for me, this report is like connected to, you know, the continuity plan, right? Like these are the, I guess, the places where you're doing the practice, right? And going to go deeper in the continuity plan. So I appreciated the slide that Director Thomas did around showing the schools and kind of what was going there. And I just had like more curiosities even around even like teacher attendance and that kind of thing, and around accountability. I see that like whoever's on staff and who's doing the work, they're digging in and getting supports to make sure they can find the 60 students or the 25 students. So appreciating that work, but I was just curious about like even more data points that may be significant. In the enrollment piece, I'm still not seeing any of that data disaggregated. So of the 400 or 500 students that we know are not coming, I don't have a sense of region, race, class, anything. And maybe we don't know where those 400 are or where the enrollment is, but I feel like I've been asking for disaggregated data for a while. Definitely is there around the attendance gaps. Sorry. I have to just say I was slightly uncomfortable with Mr. Thomas, your comment. So I would like to understand your comparison to charter schools and what charter schools haven't done. And I mean, again, I'm always really clear that their scale is very different than our scale. So I didn't quite understand what you were meaning about. Could you repeat that? Because I didn't understand what that comment was about. I would like an answer on that one.
Yeah, sure. Essentially, like, we're tracking the number of students and families that are completing the Tech Check survey. And this is just like one of the areas where OUSD has really like doubled down with community partners and made sure that we're engaging. So about 74% of our free and reduced lunch students have filled out the survey, whereas in the charter, you know, and it is far more complex, the charter organizations, only at this point, it's about 25% of the students that qualify for free and reduced lunch have completed the survey. So, you know, we're having an ongoing dialogue around how we can best support each other to make sure that we're getting the whole community online. But like, it really highlights kind of a great benchmark for OUSD around how our engagement has really been getting out into the community.
Right. So it's a little disconcerting always when you're like a 37,000 student, you know, almost a $1 billion budget compared to a smaller charter network. So if it sounds like you're saying like we want to work together, and I'd be curious about that data. Is that data coming from the charter office about our authorized charters? Like, anyway, it just felt like it jumped out of nowhere to me. So I would love to know a whole lot more about that. And then I don't know if maybe I was holding this for the continuity plan, but this is for Curtis. Just could you talk a little bit more about the hubs and the pods and the SPED piece a little bit, and like really moderate to severe, and to be really just transparent, right? Like who's driving that work, and if we have an MOU with OEA that's like, you know, cautious right now because we're in red. I mean, like, how is it safe to do that? So I just kind of want to know the politic in that a little bit. And then the second piece, the last piece, and you know, I appreciate all of you all so much. And I mean, I want to celebrate that we're getting different kinds of computers other than Chromebooks. But I feel like I heard teachers screaming to the top of their lungs about those things in like March and April. And again, in the context, it was, we got 30,000 kids that we got to get what they get. And Chromebook is giving us and Google's giving us, and we've already ordered and that type of thing. But it is that mentality that was when we were talking about the distance learning piece around, does everything have to go through one big, large vendor? And I've heard staff have this resistance around, well, I can't get 15,000 from there or whatever. But it just even kind of speaks to the fact that there was a diversity issue needed in the very beginning of this. And I mean, diversity of devices and what was appropriate. And again, calling that out in April. So really feeling good that in September we're doing it. But once again, let's track, where we're getting that, where the vendors, who's getting it, and that type of thing. So appreciate the work, and I sit very much in a place of not having to do the work. So, but you know what I mean? Like, that was stuff that people were screaming at the top of their lungs for a little while in the beginning of this. And so whatever our capacity is, sometimes I think to just kind of listen to what is on the ground is really, really important. And again, just not overlook that there may be smaller vendors that can do that level of work and actually move quicker than the larger ones. So again, appreciate the work. And then just, if Curtis, if you had any, if you could put the SPED 504, who's teaching, spin on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll, and Dr. Aguilera might want to chime in on part of this, but I'll just speak specifically to the Learning Hub piece. And we did talk to the CAC briefly about this, that right now, and I will actually get specific data. I'll get all the kids that actually we referred and see how many kids actually have an IEP or a 504 plan that also fit one of those other categories, because I'm sure there's an intersection. We did not design the hub specifically to serve a certain population of students with special needs, but we obviously did not exclude them. And I'm certain that there are a percentage of kids in the programs that have an IEP. There's certainly kids with IEPs that have special needs beyond what we might be able to do with distance learning. And so, I mean, I think that's another conversation. And also just to know that, the Learning Hub work is happening with really youth development specialists, whether they be park and rec staff or an after school provider. And so it really is about providing the enrichment and a conducive, safe place to actually engage with their teachers in synchronous learning, as opposed to providing, it's definitely not a replacement for instruction. It's an augmentation to give kids the space and the conditions to be able to engage with their learning. And then to address some of the social emotional needs, of course, too. So, Sandra, I don't know if there's anything more you want to add to that in terms of some of the thinking around the special ed piece.
Sure, yes. I want to talk to the board around the special education piece in two strands. So one strand is getting our assessment backlog going, because I don't know if people saw just yesterday, and Jennifer Blake and I and Salja Suresh were just today planning based on what Governor Newsom signed yesterday. And there is an order that is in place now to start on your backlog of assessments. It doesn't say anything about how to do that. It's just like you have to start reducing that by 20% each month. So we're, we had already started planning to work on the backlog of assessments. We've planned a few different school sites, plus Santa Fe, which is now the special education hub, also is the house of our young adult program. And in addition to that, Burbank, which is our preschool site. We are starting assessments very soon there. Some has started, but not in full scope like we're planning. And we want to just stress that the staff that will be doing that work, they are mostly from our non-public agencies, which means that we have a contract with them to do this work. A lot of these individuals are, on our staff because we have not been able to fill all of our vacancies. So one example is our speech language pathologist team. We have our OUSD staff, but we also have about 32 outside providers, 32 individuals. And so in their existing contracts, we can provide those services. There is a COVID-19 provision. So we want to get those started in place. And it's just about organizing that with our families. So there's the strand that's focused in on our assessment piece. In addition to that, and separate, but run by the same department, or special education department, led by Jennifer Blake, our executive director, is the notion that we have, and we know that students in particular, or for particular services, need more support than what you can be provided in a virtual setting. We know that that exists. So right now, the case managers, also, they're just like our teachers, they're referring students that they have observed to be slipping in certain skills. So again, that's speech, it could be behavior, and it could be some academic skills. Now, the notion around these hubs, and it's very similar to the city-led hubs, is that these individuals that are providing services will not be providing new instruction. It's not to replace the instruction that's happening already at their with their teacher. It is to provide the support that students need in addition to what they're receiving virtually. The details for that we're still working on. We're planning on a number of sites opening up, about 16. We are working with principals that have already stepped forward and said, I really want to provide an in-school option for my students. And we're talking about the ability to kind of create hubs where kids could come, no matter if they go to that particular school site. I think I'll stop there because then we get like deeper into the details. I can provide the board much more details as we're working on them. And we are planning to start more of the instructional supports in the middle of October. So that is still being designed and planned through.
Thank you. Director Ng, I believe you had some questions, and then we'll go to you, Director Yee.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the staff for the great reports and the updates, and both at the district level and at this, and lifting up some of what's happening at the school site level. My question is about surveys and engagement around distance learning. I know that we have the tech survey that's gone out, and it looks like we're going to be doing some deeper engagements around strategic plan, kind of forward-looking engagement. But I've been, as some of you know, I'm going to be hosting a family forum next week, and I've been working with some parents around it, and they're asking about. There's a lot of questions around a survey for distance, like how distance learning is going, and what types of supports families need. So I'm wondering our plans. I think I had heard that we might be launching a distance learning survey. When do we expect that to go out? It seems like sooner than later would be good now that we're maybe 6 weeks or so into the school year. Not sure the best person to answer that, but would love any updates around our plans to survey parents about distance learning and about, so we have a better sense across the board of what supports families need.
I can jump in and provide some context to that question. Actually, our team, it's communications, our family office, and our COVID-19 coordinator met today to finalize some of the questions that are being proposed as our survey questions. Open to the timeline, but we were actually thinking of doing the first round of surveys at the end of, well, starting in the middle of October. So that way we can get a lot of feedback from our families, but ending the survey towards the beginning of November to give ample time for the feedback. And then in the learning continuity and attendance plan, there is a section there that was added based on feedback to explain more of the monitoring of the plan. And I'm proposing that we come to the board on a quarterly basis to provide you like a chunk of information. So that way we can kind of piece it together for you as requested. And I'll, kind of talk about that a little bit during that, the next section for the learning continuity and attendance plan, but that is the thinking so far. So middle of October to launch, giving around 2 weeks for the the survey to take place and then providing a report out on the survey early November, which we're estimating will be about quarterly.
I guess I wonder about, wouldn't we want, I like the idea, obviously, of having enough time, but wouldn't we want to be able to have some sense of how things are going from families sooner than later so that we can respond and pivot as necessary?
Sure. I mean, if that's your recommendation, we can launch it sooner. We were just trying to give ample time for the services to actually be in effect and taking place. But we can do it according to the board's recommendation. That's fine.
Okay, well, obviously I'm only one board member, but I would think that, sooner than later would be better. It seemed like, because I even had emails about, there was a link to what was sent out today with Connecting with Kyla, and they thought that was a survey, and it said something about send us our feedback, and I said, no, I think that we're planning a deeper level survey. But anyways, I think that there seems to be some desire to at least provide some input somehow, and so whatever platform whatever platform we can do to be able to provide those opportunities, I think would be helpful. I would recommend sooner than later, but I'm not sure where other board members are. Thanks for your work on that. It's great that it's already in motion.
Great. Let's move on to Director Yee, please.
Thank you. I have three things, and it's a completely different direction, I think, but maybe not. The first thing I do when you do this report is I always look at the attendance data, and I really appreciate the gains in attendance in elementary and middle school, but I guess I'm still concerned about the grades 9 through 12, overall at 83%, and then the unhoused and foster youth. And I appreciate the fact that our schools are going out and trying to find out what are the issues. And, I guess because I'm always looking at the foster youth at 70%, I'm thinking that's 25 foster youth that are, let's say, chronically absent. And I wonder if it's possible for us to be assured that we know who they are, we know why they're absent, and the absence is for something that is beyond our scope to work on. Similarly with unhoused and so forth, when I think about that, we're sending out folks to check on the computers. My guess is as our community folks are out there visiting homes, they're finding food deficits, money deficits, and so forth. And I remember last time we were talking about actually doing some pilot delivery of food. And I'm wondering if we're tying the possibility of providing food support while we're out there doing the survey. So that's the first. I'm going to run out of time on my others. I really wanted to compliment the second thing I always do, as Dr. Aguilera knows, is I check on the Family Central, and I came across the OESD curriculum. At last, that's the thing that I've always hoped that we would be able to do, to provide some coherent progression across our grades available. It's very dense and very complicated, but it is such a treasure that your staff and you have put together. So I really wanted to commend folks, and I hope that sometime when we do these presentations, you can just jet forward to that so that my board colleagues and the public can see the kind of level of curriculum development that you're putting out there for our folks, especially for our youth development partners who may be doing hubs and pods and all the rest of that. For them to be able to access this resource and partnership with what we're doing as a district is a tremendous asset. And I can't wait to hear what's going on there. And so I'm going to run out of time, but if I could get an initial feedback about this this curriculum piece that you put on your Family Central, Dr. Aguilera, how come you never tell us about this? This is pretty terrific. So I'm going to give you my remaining 6 seconds.
Okay, Director Yee, you'll actually see a portion of that, and I was just writing it in the chat this evening. Our executive director, Wesley Jacques, the person that spearheaded that, along with Raquel Jimenez, which is like they're collaborating on Family Central. They worked on how to make the OUSD curriculum less cumbersome for families, not necessarily what the teachers are getting, but a really nice representation of, for families to use. So that he'll be highlighting tonight when he goes through our textbook discussion. That's
really is going to do this. He's really going to do this because this is such a gift to have this accomplished, especially because we're talking about the hubs, the virtual, all the stuff that does not allow for direct instruction. And entrepreneurs can use this and actually parallel what our vision is for instruction. And I just want us all to know it. I want the public who's watching this, who may not even have kids, to look at what this is and to see how it could be, maybe shaped so that it's more parent friendly. But this is the core that all of us as board members, I think, and all of us as educational advocates should have some idea of where our kids are going. What do we expect them to know and be able to do? And what do we expect our teachers to know and be able to teach to our kids and our families? It's a wonderful product. And I'll skip my third one because you can see I'm so happy with this.
Good. If we
But
could,
I would like a report next time about where are our foster kids and our youth and why are they?
I think staff can follow up on that with us offline or next time. Did Director Harris or Vice President Gonzalez want to ask any questions or comments right now?
No, thank you, President Lund.
I think then we will thank everyone for your really hard work, and we will move on in the agenda. The next item is item N, comment by our collective bargaining units. Before we do that, I want to make sure we have an opportunity to check for translation if translation is needed. So if we could ask Mr. De La Torre and Ms. Ho to check in with our panel.
Yes, I'm ready, Ms. London. Sí, buenas tardes. Si las personas necesitan traducción en español, en la parte de abajo de su pantalla está el icono de interpretación. Vayan ahí, denle clic, escojan español. Si necesitan hablar, está el icono de la manita. Ahí también está el icono. Para si ustedes necesitan hablar, tienen que también darle clic al icono de la manita. ¿Hay alguien que necesite interpretación? Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊符號嘅時候，你會見到中文。你選擇中文嘅時候，你就會可以聽到我嘅廣東話翻譯。多謝。Thank you. I'm done. President London.
Madam President, no Spanish or Cantonese translation is needed at this time for this item.
President London, I believe you're muted.
Madam President, you're muted.
I sounded so good. Thank you. We're now at item N, which is comments by our collective bargaining units. If any of our union leadership is on the line and would like to offer public comment, can you please raise your hand? I'm sure you know how to do that. And Ms. Floyd will call on you. Ms. Floyd, do you see any hands going up?
Right now, I see Melvin Phillips from SCIU.
Great.
Okay.
So let's start with Mr. Phillips. You can have up to 5 minutes. And Mr. Phillips, we're happy to have you, and please begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. It's a pleasure to be on tonight and hear all the great items that you have on the agenda. But my biggest concern right now is that a lot of my members are eager to get back on site and start working with the students, because we know this distant learning is working for some, but it's not working for all. We have a lot of deprived children in low income areas that not able to get on internet. And that could be one of the reasons why we are down 400 students. But my biggest concern right now is to talk about the cohorts and these small hubs of students coming on campus. And as of right now, I really haven't heard anything positive about opening up these small hubs for our members to be coming in. They have big concerns. Not only that, I know that they're talking about computers for some of the ISSs and some of the others, but I still didn't hear anything about some of the others who have to have one-on-one with the special ed students, like the occupational therapists and the physical therapists, which we will still be working out something for them to get some of those computers too that Preston was talking about earlier. It's a big concern right now because even though we're in the red, we still have, a lot of cases still happening. And a lot of our members are really upset, and I'm really concerned about that. We got to make sure that we get things in place before we start allowing our members to go in and deal with students on the campus, even though we love doing that. Remember, we're working for the students, and we want to make sure that they are able to socialize with their peers, and also it's healthy for not only the students, but for the staff to be able to socialize with their peers also. And moving forward from that, my other concern is about the SSOs, and knowing that, at the end of this year, December, there would be no more SSOs, and we are working on having a new job description for them. But my main concern about that is just like when back in the day when we was considered campus supervisors and we moved over to school security officers, we was grandfathered in. So I'm asking the board, superintendent, and all those entities that involved with the decision making that once we do come up with a new job description, that the SSOs be grandfathered over into that position. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for all your hard work, and continue to be safe. And as we move forward and hopefully get to the end of this pandemic that we're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. It's nice to hear your voice, and I wish that we could see you in person as well. Ms. Floyd, are there any other union leaders who wish to speak right now?
I don't see any names that I recognize, President London. I see Mr. Mordecai's hand raised, but I'm not sure what union he's representing.
Mr. Mordecai, we'll come to you later on. He might be anticipating the next item. We will move now to item O, which is public comment on all of the items that we have heard so far this evening. I'm going to ask for the translators to make their announcements, and then we will ask people to raise their hands. But first, let's hear from our translators if they could check if anyone desires translation.
Thank you, Ms. London. Bueno, nada más revisando con ustedes una vez más, las personas que hablan español, si necesitan traducción, pueden ir a la parte de abajo. Ahorita están en los comentarios públicos. Si necesitan hacer comentarios públicos, por favor, levanten su mano. Este es el icono que está en la parte de abajo de su pantalla para que sepan que quieren hablar. I'm done. Thank you.
各位社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏你嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號，你點擊中文，你就會得到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要翻譯嘅話，麻煩你舉一舉手，或者喺聊天室通知我哋。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Madam President, no translation is needed at this time.
Thank you. So at this point, if you wish to offer comments on any of the items that we have discussed so far this evening, please raise your hand and Ms. Floyd will call on you.
Our first speaker is Carol Dilton.
Thank you and good evening, directors. What is my time limit?
I'm trying to figure out how many people have raised their hands. Ms. Floyd, how many people do we have with hands raised? Let's go with 2 minutes. Let's go with 2 minutes, please. Thank you, Ms. Felton. I'm sorry I wasn't more organized for that.
Thank you. I have a number of items in the superintendent's report, especially that I'd like to address. And I will start with the community engagement for the strategic plan and get to as many as I can. So it's good to hear that robust community engagement is desired, and it's good to hear that that is scheduled and planned to happen along the next couple of months so that it doesn't happen all at the last moment. What concerns me is Mr. Saraki's characterization of looking for community organizations who might lead this as I think words were something like an RFI. I went to the RFP page on OUSD. I did not see any such request proposal to the community, and I emailed some leaders in a variety of organizations who had not heard anything about that. I hope that you will open up that process so that it can broaden the community organizations that might participate, and that it is a public process because this is public business. Moving along to the enrollment numbers, I agree with Director Hitton-Hodge that it would be very important to the district and to the district families to disaggregate that data and see what is happening on the enrollment, and in particular to include not just the SDC students, but the non-public school students and students even placed out of state who are in fact OUSD students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is David.
Hi, good evening. David Castillo, OUSD parent, Oakland community member. I just wanted to speak quickly on 2 points that were referenced earlier. I think the first one, just in terms of a community member, the report that was brought forward regarding like technology and what the district has done versus what charters have done. I think it's important to bring forward more comprehensive data on the charter end from your charter office, from the county, from the state authorizer regarding what charters have actually done to empower their families around equipping them with technology. I think there's a whole other narrative around food and how children are being fed. And while I applaud the district's efforts, I just feel like putting that up against what charters are doing without having accurate and accurate data is disingenuous. And I think the second piece I like to speak on is Family Central. I applaud the efforts of the instructional staff to present grade level of cohesive scope and sequence of basic instruction. And so just wanted to give kudos to the staff on that piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. One point the superintendent mentioned Zendaya and her mother being a teacher, but didn't mention where she went to elementary school, which I understand is a global family. So I think that should be highlighted at some point. Gary Yee, I totally agree with him, which is unusual for me, but that any work done on identifying the curriculum and translating it to make it family friendly is terribly important. And I still think that you have a TV station that should be an opportunity to focus on what the curriculum is, what children should be. And we throw around the word grade level, and let's remember that that's a statistic having to do with average. And we are in a box when we deal with that. And I want to, finally, on interpretation, I want to congratulate, this is cynical, but I want to congratulate for you working in presidential spirit of division, that when you have translations, a mono speaker like me can't read what's being said. So I believe in reading. So if you're going to translate, why don't you translate both sides? The non-English speaking languages, which I believe we should include. President doesn't, I'm sure, but you should include the English speakers that have tuned into the program. So I think you're only doing this halfway, and you're going in the wrong direction by only translating in one direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. I just want to clarify that when we have someone who's offering comments to the board in another language, in Chinese, in Cantonese, or in Spanish, we do provide translation as they are speaking. And the announcements that the translators are making are basically instructions on how to raise your hand. So I'll just leave it at that. If we could call the next speaker, please, Ms. Floyd.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I'd like to speak to the superintendent's report as it reflects the learning hubs. Full day in-person attendance. I was in a meeting of the Parks and Recreation Committee, and the director gave a report on the enrichment program that has over 200 students. And my question was, what is the covert safety plan for the children who are in attendance? So if you have any situation where you have children in attendance, and this might be the same children that I'm speaking, that you're also speaking about, what is the covert safety plan? I asked the committee to answer my question, they didn't. So I went to the meeting yesterday of the Alameda County Board of Supervisors, and when they gave the covert 19 update, I asked them, are you aware that we have children who are engaged in on-site participation, and I can't find out what is the safety plan? The only thing I got as an answer is, if there is a plan, they have to have enforcement, and the enforcement has to be locally implemented. So my question is, what is the plan for covert safety if you're having any form of on-site participation? Then who is responsible for enforcement of that plan? Secondly, within the report, you have a breakdown of attendance. You have a section is by race, but you don't include Native Americans or Alaskan Natives, Native Hawaiians, or Pacific Islanders. And Latinos are not a race, but you have them as if they are part of that group.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. We'll ask our staff if they can give us a report back on the safety plans at the hubs. That's a good question, and I appreciate you asking it. Can we go to the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Kim Davis.
Good evening. I just wanted to quickly talk on two things. First, I wanted to thank Student Director Ramos for her report, and also for the call out about Measure QQ, the Oakland Youth Vote, and the Phone banking. I did phone bank with them yesterday. It was really super well organized. It was a lot of fun to talk to voters about Prop 15 and Measure QQ. So I definitely recommend if folks can spend a couple hours and from 4 to 8. Actually wasn't quite that long. It's a really rewarding way to contribute to the electoral process and support our young people, as well as hopefully get some stuff done for our schools. The other thing I just wanted to comment on in this, I'm not sure I understand why this is important. The strategic plan is a 5-year plan for the future of OUSD, and yet this is going to be voted on in December after 4 of the new school board members will have been elected. I feel like, this is an opportunity, if you're going to be having more than half of your school board as a new school board, to push this into the spring, so that the new school board that is going to be, directing the ship in some ways for the years to come has an opportunity to weigh in on what that strategic plan is. I don't see any reason why we need to push that through in December. I know it was supposed to be done last year and COVID has pushed that back. So I think under the circumstances, it just makes a lot more sense if we give that more time and we allow the new school board members to weigh in on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is a phone-in listener, area code 510, and the last 3 numbers are 299.
Good evening. This is Joe Bates, the business agent for Ask Me Local 257. I apologize. I tried raising my hands under the comments for the collective bargaining units, but for some reason didn't get through. But here I am. I want to say hi to you all. It's been a while since I've seen your faces, so good evening, superintendent and board meetings. I am reaching out and feel compelled to speak with you all tonight. It's regarding nutrition services. So I know you all are hearing great things about what's happening in nutrition services, how many meals we're serving, how students and families are being fed in this pandemic. We receive shout outs from the superintendent and accolades for a job well done by our food service workers. However, what you don't know, board members and members of the public, is what's happening behind the scenes. So the food service workers, the AFSCME represented food service workers, are being discarded and overlooked when it comes to filling the jobs at the new central kitchen. Your staff in charge took a position that they wanted to take our current work, our jobs, and add maybe a couple more duties to it and double and quadruple the salaries, but not offering the work to our unit members. Your staff in charge are ignoring the fact that our members have successfully ran 2 central kitchens in OUSD. We have done so since the establishment of the district. And our skills and abilities to provide the service in the new central kitchen doesn't change. As you know, the new central kitchen only differs because of its size and the equipment and the capabilities of serving more meals. So we will be performing our work just on a larger scale. But it's really unfortunate because our members are being degraded and a message is being sent by your staff, by the district, that they're not good enough to work in the new central kitchen, that they don't look the part, that it is not of interest to the district to recruit and have our people working in the kitchen, that you rather go outside and have a different type of person working in the kitchen. Our members are being talked down to by the new staff in charge, treated like servants rather than professionals. And I have to speak on this because if you all remember, those of you who served on the board and members of the community that watched this, the community in West Oakland was not on board with the central kitchen initially. they said that this would happen. They said that the Central Kitchen would not employ people of color, that what's happening now is what the community actually predicted would happen. So I am reaching out to you, letting you know what's happening to get ahead of it so that we can fix this problem. I try not to air these types of issues in this forum, but I feel compelled to do so because the people that you have in charge are really not listening. AFSCME leaders had a meeting with Preston last night and Irene. We have another follow-up meeting, but I can tell you the conversation that we had from Preston, he still wants to plow forward with the agenda. And I really need for you guys to hear me. And I would like to have some action taken to stop this, to give the same considerations to the people who have been doing this job, keeping the districts running, and have been working in this pandemic throughout all this time and are not getting the credit and recognition that they deserve, especially since it's being sent a message that they're not good enough to work in the new Central Kitchen. So let's come to the table. Thank you for your time, and I hope to hear from you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, our last
2 minutes,
speaker on this item is Hazen Thomas.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. I just want to start, Hazen Thomas. I'm just an advocate for quality education in the city of Oakland, which is kind of refreshing. I want to just start with some appreciations. I want to say that I've been on the Oakland Undivided Family and Community Engagement Committee representing families in charter schools and families in action. And I just want to appreciate the last meeting included Preston, and he, for me, demonstrated an understanding sort of at a school level of what was happening, really knowing like which children were or were not getting access to food, which children were not getting access to technology. And I appreciated that level of sort of knowledge and action. So thank you, Preston. I also want to appreciate the pods and sort of like thinking outside the box about what are we going to do about kids who are really struggling at home to be able to access distance learning, and can we figure out ways to do safe in-person learning? So I want to appreciate that outside the box thinking. I do want to express I'm worried about high school kids at 83% and sort of the variability from foster youth all the way to sort of Asian kids and that variance and I'm worried that there just frankly isn't enough synchronous instruction happening for a lot of our youth in Oakland, in OUSD. And, it doesn't have to be teachers. Like, are there other staff, other ways to resource more face-to-face adult time for kids such that, they're going to be doing the work if there's an adult on the other side, even if it's independent work. And I think it's too tempting for high school youth to just sort of check out. I want to say that, I'm a little worried about your strategic plan timeline, because I hope the charters will be included and that it will be inclusive of all families and youth in the city of Oakland, but it's a very aggressive timeline.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Are there any more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker on this item, President London.
Thank you. So it is now 7:34. And at 7:30 is our target time to get to item Q, which is public comment on all items that are not on the agenda. So we're going to move to that item now. We're going to go to item Q. First, we will ask the translators to see if any translation is needed, and then we'll take public comment on items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Buenas tardes a las personas que necesiten traducción en español. Favor de dirigir su cursor hacia la parte de abajo en la pantalla donde está el icono de traducción. Escojan español dándole clic, y también si van a necesitar hablar o necesitan también la traducción, por favor darle clic al icono de la manita que está también ahí abajo. Denle clic al icono de la mano si necesitan traducción en español. Gracias. Thank you, and done, Madam President.
各位奧倫社區人士，你好，呢度係奧倫教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方，你見到一個地球形狀嘅符號， 點擊之後你選中文，你就會得到廣東話嘅翻譯。假如你需要廣東話嘅翻譯，麻煩你舉手或者喺聊天室留言。多謝。I'm done, President Linden.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. Ms. Floyd, can you call the speakers?
Madam Vice President, no, and it doesn't appear that any translation is needed for this item.
Okay, thank you, General Counsel. Ms. Floyd, are there people waiting to speak?
So far, Vice President London, I see 2 hands raised. First speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I think we just got an example of one-way translation. I never heard or I never saw writing go across the screen. I did not hear any English version of what was spoken. And this is part of the president's program, is to increase the divisions within us. Now, if we were, this is not totally the district's fault. You're communicating with a different mean and different mode. So you're in distance learning, but it's you've done it enough that you ought to be able to get your act together and figure out how you can give English translations, because then we're not whole. We are divided. We're divided between people that are mono English speakers or people that are mono Cantonese speakers or Ma or whatever. But so this is a problem that you should be addressing. Now, another problem is double dipping. And Ms. Thomas shows up and she talks about, she wants the charter schools to have equity. She wants to get whatever the public schools, she wants to get too. But when she double dips and she gets extra money from the government, I don't know that she's doling it out to the school district. So equity is sort of like a Supreme Court justice decision. It's when it serves your interest, you're all for equity. When it doesn't, you can't be bothered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Ms. Floyd, can you call the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Welcome, Ms. Olabala.
Yes, thank you. I am still requesting that you put forward some support for the passage of Proposition 16. I have also made the same request to the council, city council, and gotten no response. And it is really scary to see why this is such a difficult thing to do, because it's not like it's the first time I've asked. I've been asking on numerous occasions the importance of how Proposition 209 interferes with the probability of having to do direct intervention related to the needs of African American children. So I'm asking you again to put forth a support ordinance or resolution for the passage of Proposition 16, which would allow affirmative action to be put back in place in the state of California. I see, though, even without Proposition 209, we're still able to service different groups of people. You have tonight the ability to provide academic support, family health engagement, violence prevention, gang intervention, drug abuse intervention, social workers, family therapy for the newcomers. And African American children can't get that kind of help because of Proposition 209. You put on paper that you're going to help Black children. I see it in some documents tonight. But legally, you can't do it under Proposition 209 unless you rally support for Proposition 16. We're going to be in that same predicament where we can't help Black kids the way we need to.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Ms. Floyd, can you call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Hasten Thomas.
Go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. I guess I'll just take a minute to just say that, I have a long record of trying to fight for equity in Oakland. And I would just say that I would triple dip if it meant that the kids who need it get what they need. And I will fight always to ensure that the system, which is rigged so those kids don't get that, get what they need. So that's just, I just want to respond. Actually, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of my own inquiry into very, very randomly HVAC systems. And I know that we just went into red as a county, and I'm worried about that because I feel like our public health officials are sending mixed signals, especially to charter schools, which are individual operators, and therefore are able to sort of, based on what the county signals, do or do not, open or not open. And I think that the zip code data and the citywide data is really alarming in terms of COVID rates. But the sort of signal is you can open, you can apply for a waiver. And I wonder if as a city, we shouldn't have stricter and or narrower, boundaries or expectations with respect to what we think the zip code data should say, and what HVAC systems should look like, knowing the increasing sort of scientific research around how it's spread and where it is really like there's mass spread. Have we done an audit of all of our HVAC systems across both district and charter schools? Should we be allowing schools to open that haven't done like sort of some level of due diligence, and what would that due diligence look like? And maybe that's been covered. I'm not at every board meeting, so I want to be respectful that like that might have been, there might be a very concrete document, and feel free to share that with me. But it is something as both a parent and as an advocate that I worry about in terms of what the county is signaling and the state is signaling and what is true in Oakland.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Floyd, are there more speakers?
Yes, we have one last speaker on this item, David Castillo.
Go ahead, Mr. Castillo.
Hi, good evening. David Castillo speaking as an OUSD parent. A couple of questions and a couple of statements. I think an ongoing question that I have, and I know other community members and members of the CAC have, which I recently joined, is looking back, what is the clear statement from the district around services that were not provided, rendered from March until June for students with IEPs within the Oakland Unified School District? I haven't seen anything written or clearly communicated about that. It seems like, it's obviously a hot topic. It's not something for ed specialists or teachers or principals to be speaking on. I think we need to hear it directly from OUSD leadership on that point. Number two, going forward, a statement of appreciation for the staff at the school that we're at, our OUSD school. Our special ed department has really been working hard to figure out distance learning and accommodations and goals and all of those things. And so I just want to give appreciation to Joaquin Miller Elementary for the work that their team and their leader and the teachers there have been providing. Been really happy and satisfied with the engagement around that. Then I think the third piece is just around the CAC, the district CAC, which I joined a couple of weeks ago. Definitely appreciate the conversation. It felt like a top-down conversation. I hope we can make it more collaborative going forward. And I really want to, we heard a call about, distance learning surveys earlier in the meeting. I feel like my first priority and our first priority should be a survey for students, families with students with special needs and exceptional needs within OUSD. So how can we work together to elevate the needs of our exceptional children? Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Are there any other speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Vice President Gonzalez, that was our last speaker on public comments.
Okay. So with that, we will go back to item P, which is the adoption of the general consent report, minus the items that were pulled. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yee. Director Yee, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I think I heard a second from Mr. Harris. Is there any board discussion? Okay, not hearing any board discussion. Ms. Floyd, can you call the public speakers?
Public comment.
We have Asada Olabala.
Go ahead, Ms. Olagbala.
Yes, I was hoping you would want to have some public discussion on P2, the tech check survey. That survey would allow the vendor to have access to information, student information, and the privacy terms related to that. I would hope that you would want to make sure that the privacy terms are detailed enough to secure that students' information will be safe. Uh, Item P7, the Deputy Director of Chartered Schools could be up to $124,000 that we have to pay. That individual is supposed to make sure that we operate quality chartered schools. And I want you to follow up, have a discussion on that, I would hope. The next item is item P23 and P24, both items each $95,200 for legal services and general legal advice for the district. I was hoping that you would want to take some time to explain to the public why we would have to spend this much money on those two items. As it relates to item P26, the charter school amendment, it does say, and I was hoping you would want to support that you have the ability to put representatives on all chartered school boards, and that you are interested in making sure that reform and innovation is a part of any approval of chartered schools, and you would support that. And that's all of my comments on P, but I was hoping you would want to have some discussion on these items as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olugbala. Ms. Floyd, are there more comments?
Yes, Jim Mordecai.
Go ahead, Mr. Mordecai.
Hey, Jim Mordecai, speaking as a visual. I am so old that I remember when board members would actually read the consent agenda and pull items. And now I'm getting so old that I'm not reading it nowadays. But when I listened to the previous speaker talk about the charter school office, it disturbs me that there's not that there's it disturbs me, I guess, that there's a large amount of pay, but that's not the real disturbing. Is how many duties the person has. And my question is she now the ombudsman plus the charter school person plus the enrollment person? So I guess if she's doing all those roles at the same time, but I just question that any person, even a super person, could actually do all those roles properly. I think you're pushing her so hard, you're going to promote her to her highest level of incompetency. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Ms. Floyd,
Yeah.
are there?
Yes, we have one additional speaker, Hasten Thomas.
Go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
Good evening. I just want to take a minute to actually really appreciate the board's charter school committee. I know that it's not easy work, and AB 1505 has changed all the rules. And I know that that happened in the context, and then as we were trying to plan for that, COVID happened. So, and renewals still happen and timelines are in process. So I know that this has been, the charter office has been working night and day to get this board policy amended. I appreciate them. I appreciate the charter committee. It seems to align with AB 1505. And overall, I think that everybody has been working sort of day and night in the context of really extraordinary circumstances to ensure that we're both compliant with law and thoughtful about what that law means and what that law, what the implications of that law are for schools. So I know that I have a renewal. Achieve Academy has a renewal for EFC. It's not mine anymore. But I know that that has been a back and forth, and I felt like there's been a spirit of thoughtfulness and accountability towards that renewal. And again, want to appreciate the charter school office and everything they do and how hard they work. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Floyd, are there any more speakers?
Ms. Thomas was our last speaker on this item.
Okay. So with that, we will move on then to, well, I guess we need to take a vote on the consent agenda. Colleagues, is there any debate or discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a vote on the consent agenda?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Vice President. I actually had asked for items to be pulled.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Which items did you ask to be pulled from the consent agenda?
It's P2. I can't remember now. I'm look on the chat. It's 2 and I think 26. 7. I'm sorry, 7 and 26, right? So I'm not looking at the agenda. So just I guess I did pull them just for commentary. I think. I mean, this is just like more of a overall.
Hold on, Director Hinton Hodge.
Sure.
Typically, we'll take the pulled items up at the end of the meeting.
At the very end, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we'll vote now.
Is there a motion? Because I can make the motion.
Yeah, we have a motion. I believe Director Yee and Director Harris.
Okay.
And what are the item numbers that are pulled?
P7 and 26.
Okay.
P26.
And there's one further correction. The items that were stated as being withdrawn earlier doing agenda modification were new business items, not part of the consent agenda.
Ah, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw.
Sure. Now on the roll call.
Up at the end, right?
Yeah. Yes, you will. Yes. On the roll call, Student Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres is absent. Sorry. Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. So with that, we'll move to item R1, which is a discussion about the sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, this is a public hearing first, and then after the hearing closes, a vote.
Thank you. I'm being reminded by our general counselor that we need a reminder about translation. So please, can we have Ms. Ho and Mr. I think it's Ariola?
De la Torre.
De la Torre, gracias. Do their
Yeah. Thank you. This is an announcement just for the Spanish speaker person. If you're an English speaker, you don't have to do anything. Personas que hablan español, por favor vayan a la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Van a encontrar ahí el símbolo de interpretación. Van a darle clic, van a escoger español. Si necesitan hablar o necesitan la interpretación, por favor, también den clic en el icono de la mano, que se vea su mano, que necesitan interpretación, por favor. Gracias. I'm done.
Thank
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去你熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。當你點擊個符號嘅時候，你可以選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。咁如果你需要翻譯嘅話，麻煩你舉手或者喺聊天室等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Ho.
Madam Vice President,
Vice President,
we have a second consent agenda.
Ah, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw.
It's the Measure B and J.
So, Madam Vice President, when we come back to the public hearing, no interpreting will be necessary.
Thank you.
I move adoption as second consent calendar.
I will second.
Great. Let's, is there any discussion, board members? Okay, let's have a vote, Mr. Rakestraw.
Public comment, please.
Thank you. Looks like we have one public comment, Ms. Floyd.
Yes, Asada Olabala.
Go ahead, Ms. Olabala.
Well, my time started before I could unmute. Y'all really rushed it. Anyway, this item calls for additional soil sampling at Fremont. There've already been soil sampling, and there's been an identification of an issue, and they're going to be analyzing for petroleum, hydrocarbons, VOCs, PAHs. I would think somebody would want to have a discussion about going from $361,000 to now $611,000 for this particular item to be implemented. And the fact that you already had soil samples and you have you already have the project in place, buildings on the soil, and now they're saying you need to find out if you have these 4 items I just identified as a possible issue. I think somebody would want to discuss this to get some answers to, once you've already had sampling of soil at Fremont High School, now you are directed to go back and do more sampling. That's problematic, but we're going to rubber stamp it. And I just don't get it that we don't have an interest to get more input into what's going on, to have this amount of cost, this amount of concern, and why it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, on the roll call for the adoption of the general consent report on measures B and J, general obligation bond matters. Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Student Director Ramos,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Vice President Gonzalez, have we completed the sufficiency of textbooks item? Or
No, we were just opening that when we had to come back to the second consent report.
Great. So we're now going to item R1, which is a public hearing, report, and adoption by the board on the sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials. This is item 201785. I'm going to welcome, well, Superintendent, I will let you introduce the staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board President London. At this time, I would like to welcome our Executive Director of Academics and Innovation, Wesley Jacques, as well as Dr. Sandra Aguilera, Chief Academic Officer.
Madam President, can you open the public hearing, please?
Yes, the public hearing is officially open. I thought I had said that. Thank you, Mr. Rickstrom.
I'm thinking
You're
that
muted.
Wes Jacques might have fallen off the.
Nope, I think I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay,
There
yeah.
you are. Okay.
Apologies about that. Okay, good evening, Board President, Directors, Superintendent, and community members. I'm Wesley Jacques, Executive Director of Academics and Instructional Innovation, and I'm pleased this evening to present to you regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials and really the current state of curriculum in OUSD. So I will begin speaking about the Williams audit, which our school district participates in every year, which is a state required audit that is administered by Alameda County Office of Education to ensure that each and every student has sufficient instructional materials, which in the past narrowly defined as textbooks, but is really more broadly defined, and I'll speak more about that. In many ways, the processes we used this year were similar into preparing for the school year. In the spring, we used enrollment projections by school and confirmed language of instruction, number of class sections, and other information with school sites, purchased materials once the fiscal year opened in July, and to have distributed those materials to school sites in August. In many other ways, of course, this year, in terms of how instructional materials are being used, is very different than any other year. Most years, the Alameda County Office of Education audit consists of visiting about 40 of our schools. There are 42 schools named in the audit that represent the school district. And usually we prepare for that audit by gathering volunteers from district staff across the district to visit each and every school and check on that every student has the materials they need. Of course, this year that is not possible, and we've been in close communication with Alameda County over the last couple months, and they had been waiting on some guidance from the state. We found out at a training on September 10th that the form of the audit this year would be a survey that each school site would fill out that would verify that they received their instructional materials from us or had purchased the necessary materials for their students. This plan also includes a technology plan to show that we have a solid plan in place to provide internet access and computers to students, which of course Mr. Thomas spoke about earlier, and was also in our LCP plan. And finally, these materials are due to Alameda County this Friday on the 25th. And so our schools have been completing these surveys. The principal has to sign and verify, and I will be signing materials tomorrow and sending to the county on Friday. So that's generally and the details, of course, about how we purchase and ensure materials are outlined in the memo, and our instructional materials are named in the resolution. But I wanted to name a couple points, and then I'm going to speak about how curriculum is being utilized this year. And of course, there's really different context. But just wanted to name that both print materials and digital curriculum are considered sufficient instructional materials. So most of our curricular programs, especially the ones that have been adopted in recent years, have a digital component, an online component. And so we're utilizing those. In many cases, schools listed both those print materials and the digital curriculum to demonstrate sufficient materials. And of course, all this is built on the infrastructure of computers and internet access, Clever, which integrates educational apps, and Google Single Sign-On. And so I'd like to move on next, and you may remember from presentations the last couple of years, that I've shared that we feel we've met the criteria of sufficient instructional materials, but Williams is actually, it sets a fairly low bar. It's a minimum standard, and there are places that we've been working each year to improve the quality of our curriculum. And so I'll be sharing a little bit about that work and where we are with the overall curriculum. And I'll also be speaking to how curriculum is being utilized in this distance learning context. So some of the ideas I'm going to address are outlined on this slide. So a really important part of the work this year, of course, with limited instructional time with students and considering the impact of students that have unfinished learning from last year, we've really emphasized prioritizing the skills and content or the standards that are most critical for student success in future grades. And so I'll share where you can find some of that information. We've provided curricular guidance for teachers on Teacher Central. I'll show a little bit about that. And we also, in addition to core curriculum, we are utilizing several priority technology programs that I will share about as well. And finally, I'll share where you can find some of the resources that Director Yee was referencing on Family Central. Okay. So Teacher Central is our website that is designed for teachers to really find all the supports, guidance, resources, training that they need. It is open to the public. The only thing the public can't access, of course, is professional learning sessions. For security reasons. You can't access the professional learning calendar, but everything else, I want to invite people who are interested to see some of these resources to explore. If you look at the top of the Teacher Central homepage, you will see there's a section for TK5 where curricular resources are listed by grade level. And then there's a section for 612 where they're organized by content area. This is an example of some of the guidance that we're providing to teachers. So we know that the demands of planning and delivering instruction in this distance learning context is really challenging and is requiring our teachers to learn new skills. And so to reduce those demands, we have been working central office staff, and we have been paying teacher leaders from school sites, who we're calling district-wide teacher leaders, to help create plans that their colleagues can use across the district. And so these are weekly plans that start with outcomes like the ones you see here from a plan from last week. And they link to unit plans for the teachers so they can see where the work is going. And they also link to resources such as slide decks or text that teachers can use. So a lot of the materials are ready for teachers to utilize. We called these the Strong Start plans over the first month, and in this next phase, we're referring to these as Stronger Together plans. And then on Family Central, which again is our family-facing website, we have summarized the curriculum, and you can find it up here at the top of the page where it says OUSD curriculum. And it would invite parents or community members or anybody who's watching the meeting this evening to explore the curriculum here. But again, it names really a lot of the priority skills. There are listings of textbooks with or novels that go along with different curricular programs, and really our guidance around how the year should be scoped out around curriculum, but it's designed for a family or non-educator audience. In terms of priority platforms, and this is supplemental in addition to our core curriculum, the district has provided Google Classroom and really the whole G Suite of materials. But Google Classroom is the learning management system that we provided to all of our schools, and been providing professional development, Seesaw to elementary schools primarily, and then of course Zoom to deliver instruction. And so these three are widely used throughout our system. And then in addition, we've also prioritized a couple of adaptive technology programs. And when we say adaptive, that means that they adapt to the student's skill level. So they're self-paced. If a student is challenged by a certain concept, it will adjust, or if a student can move forward more quickly. And these are really to supplement core instruction. And we've done a lot of professional development. So in elementary school, we are using a new platform called iReady for literacy instruction and assessment, and ST Math for math. And then in secondary, Newzilla or Newzilla and Khan Academy for math. And when I say, I know a lot of the feedback that we heard from families and teachers alike last year is that there were so many platforms and a lot of great tools, but we really needed to narrow our focus. And so just as an example of what we've been able to do by prioritizing, we've had trainings for all K2 teachers at all 50 of our elementary sites in iReady. And so having a couple platforms where we're really going deep and learning how to use them well has been priority for this year. We are able to capture data on how students are using all of these technology programs. So both the components of the core curriculum, the adopted curriculum, but also these supplemental programs that I've referenced. So Mr. Thomas spoke of the 28,000 or so devices that have been distributed. So at the time of pulling this data, it was tracking what students were, what app students are using on about 25,600 computers. And so just really quickly, you can see that, within the first 6 weeks of school, most of our students that had devices from us. Of course, we can't track the activity on devices that are not OUSD provided, but you can see that most students, about 90%, are using Google Docs. You can see platforms like ST Math, which is really just an elementary tool, but even so, close to half of our students are using this tool. Google Classroom, about 3/4 of our students. So that was a little overview of kind of how this is all showing up in the distance learning context. And so for the remainder of my time, I would like to share a little bit about where we're going with curriculum adoption. And just to remind the board and the public again that we as a district are committed to providing quality standards aligned curriculum in every content area to every student at all grade levels. And so there's a lot of different research, of course, that affirms the impact that quality curriculum can make. This is one I just wanted to share before I show the current state, which many of our educators have read this. It's from TNTP, called The Opportunity Myth. And of course, it wasn't studying Oakland, it was a national study. But
Excuse me, could you define TNTP, please?
Yes. Now the organization is just called TNTP. It was originally the New Teacher Project.
Thank you.
And so in this study, one of the findings was that, again, across the country, urban, rural, suburban schools, on average, most work that students were doing was not appropriate for the grade level. It did not meet the rigor of the grade level standards, is another way to put it. And you can see that in this graphic here. And, unfortunately, but probably not to too many people's surprise, students of color were much less likely to receive grade level work across the country. But a couple of the positive points from this study were that so-called achievement gaps, and again, this should be to none of our surprise, but when students were provided work that was equally rigorous, when students were provided appropriate grade level work, that these so-called achievement gaps were almost non-existent. And we know there are a lot of factors that go into teachers supporting our teachers to provide rigorous instruction. Relevance is important, but rigor is incredibly important too. And there's a lot of factors that go into this. But one really important factor, of course, is the curriculum that we provide. And in this study, they found that when teachers were creating all their lessons on their own, that about 1/5 of lessons were appropriate for the grade level, whereas more than half were appropriate for the grade level or rigorous to the level of the standards when they used quality district adopted curriculum. And so I wanted to share that just as a little bit of context to name that curriculum is really important, of course, but it's not enough by itself. And so I believe that last year I'd also shared an earlier version of this framework that really states that we need high quality curriculum, but we also need quality assessment and data, which we've emphasized and been focusing on. We need to train all of our teachers on how to use that curriculum to get started. We need to provide ongoing professional learning in the curriculum, and teachers need coaching and support at their school sites. And so considering that all those things really need to be provided in addition to curriculum, this is a current state of assessment of where we are in English language arts, math, science, and history or social studies across each level. So I'll start with elementary. And again, I know, the colors are turning for our board members who have seen these presentations in the past, more green, but still a lot of work to go. Green refers to a curriculum that is aligned to the current standards, and we believe is a high quality curriculum. Yellow is partial alignment, and red is an outdated curriculum that's not aligned to the current standards. And so beginning with elementary school, I'll speak in a little more detail about the elementary, the process for selecting and adopting a new elementary English language arts curriculum. But there are some gaps in this program now that what is our core adoption, and I'll speak to some of the ways that we're supplementing and supporting instruction in this area while we move towards a program that's more fully aligned to the Common Core standards. Math as well is another area that we formed a selection committee of teachers in the spring and had paused the work for the summer, but we'll be picking up this work again to begin to select a new math program. Science, we are now in our third year of the FOSS Next Generation. So we have a really high quality science curriculum that's aligned to the next generation science standards. And then I'm going to speak a little bit more about elementary history, because this is actually an area where we have formed, actually reconvened a past pilot committee, a past selection committee, and are beginning to look towards, move towards selection and adoption here as well. In middle school, the good news is, as these colors have turned each year, that we have high quality curriculum in each of our 4 core content areas now in middle school. And the work is really about supporting teachers to best utilize these materials. And then in high school, you will remember the last 2 years, we had all red, and of course our board adopted IM last spring, and we are now implementing IM as the core curriculum for Algebra 1, 2, and Geometry. And we have another program for statistics. So this is, of course, a point of progress, as it's been more than a decade since we've adopted a high school curriculum. And this year, there are some biology field tests that are starting the process going down that road in biology, and we'll be continuing to to work to select and improve quality of curriculum in high school as well. So that's kind of the current state. And I'm just gonna, for my last couple slides, I'd just like to share about two of these processes that are occurring right now. So I mentioned elementary English language arts, which we know is critical to ensure all our students are learning to read and write proficiently in the early grades. It's critical that we have the highest quality curriculum for our teachers. One of the places that our current curriculum, units of study, is lacking is it does not have what we call a foundational literacy. Many people refer to it as phonics component to it. And so we've been supplementing with a supplemental program called SIPs that our teachers are using. And last year we invested in getting enough SIPs materials for all of our kindergarten through second grade teachers. And that is our focus this year as well, again, as we do more training. And we've also added this iReady platform that I mentioned for our youngest students and trained our all of our K through 2 teachers. The other place that our English language arts curriculum in elementary is currently insufficient. I'm speaking about the adoption that we have in the resolution, not what's necessarily currently in practice, is around access to complex text. And so the Common Core standards require that students read increasingly complex text each year, and quality curriculum that's aligned to Common Core integrates social studies and science, and has students reading that complex text and learning content together and learning how to read more complex text together. That's one area that our current adoption has not provided for our teachers. And the other areas around English language development that it does not have sufficient supports for English learners. And so this year, the three ways that we're really supplementing as we move forward towards hopefully selecting and adopting a program by next year are listed here. So one is that we have a pilot. There were 7 initial schools who had used a curriculum waiver to start using EL education, which of course is our middle school ELA curriculum. They are continuing to use that. And this year, 12 other schools applied to pilot the EL education program. And so they're piloting 1 module this fall and using those materials, which are really grounded in that complex text that I spoke about. We also have 8 dual language schools that are piloting a dual language curriculum called Adelante Advance, which has both a Spanish component and an English component. And then for our schools who are still using the core curriculum, we're supplementing that curriculum by developing lessons that are organized around a weekly anchor text, a rich, complex, relevant text to provide guidance to our teachers in this time until we are fully transitioned into a new curriculum. And so the curriculum steering committee that was formed last year was formed and began working in March of last spring, just after the pandemic hit. And the goal is to have selected a program by April 2021. And so the curriculum committee this past spring, and we're going to be adding a few more teachers. But the curriculum committee to date has had 14 teachers, so it's a majority of teachers. 3 teachers on special assignment who are coaches, 1 OEA vice president, and 2 principals. And we've begun to engage parents and bring parents into this process. There was actually a meeting yesterday to begin forming the parent committee. And so the work this year will be to evaluate the 2 current pilots that I spoke of, EL Education and Adelante Advance, in addition to evaluating 3 more programs that have been selected by this committee. And so this committee is beginning that work this month. Well, they began the work in the spring, but they're beginning the 3 programs that they selected last spring. They're beginning to do a deeper evaluation this month. And that work will continue through December when the committee will decide which of these additional 3 programs should also be piloted. And then the goal is that one of these 5 programs, the 2 that are currently being piloted or the 3 additional that have been selected, would be the program that we put forth for adoption. Just a little bit of encouraging data last year regarding the schools that already began piloting another program. I spoke about the role of assessment as well. We've really been focusing on interim assessments over the last 2 years and not waiting to see how students do on SBAC. And so we've been using the SBAC interim assessments for 2 years. And now in fairly reasonably, we're able to predict how students would do on the SBAC summative at the end of the year. And last year we were disappointed. You'll see a question mark here, of course, that we never got to see how students would perform in spring, but we saw some encouraging data over the course of last year. These were the 2 interim assessments last year. And so our goal was to move students 15 points closer to the standard. So 0 would mean the average student in OUSD is at standard. Okay, a positive number is above standard and negative is below. And so our goal was to move students 15 points to standard last year. And you can see that we exceeded that goal on our interim assessment. And of course, never got to see how this would play out in SBAC in the spring. But one of the encouraging points, and the reason why I wanted to share this was connecting to curriculum, is that the schools that shifted and were piloting last year, one of the new programs, saw about 3 times the growth on their interim assessments last year. And so whether it's these programs or one of the other 3 programs that have been put forward that we adopt, having a program that's really grounded in rich, complex text, I think is going to be critical for us accelerating literacy achievement for students. And lastly, my last slide is just to provide an update on elementary social studies, that we have reconvened the selection committee and are adding a couple more teachers as well that did this work a couple of years ago when we didn't end up purchasing a program at that time. What this committee is doing is looking at Newzilla as a potential adoption. So we're going to be piloting Newzilla, which of course is the ELA online adaptive program, but it's also social studies. Most people know they have current events collections where students are reading current event articles at different reading levels. And a lot of teachers are using this for social studies instruction at all grades. And this year, the pilot, what it involves is that Newzilla is making custom creations, which we think are really going to be more adaptive, and really want the teachers to look closely at this on this pilot committee, because of course textbooks get old and things change. And so that this is one benefit to having a digital curriculum. Another one is that Newzilla is working with us to create a curriculum that really is anti-racist and is culture responsive, and can really take really like an ethnic studies lens in elementary school that we want to see our elementary history curriculum have. And so this is an example of some texts. We're actually launching this next month, so it will be available to teachers on September 30th. And we just think, again, I said this, but it's critical that students see themselves in the curriculum, but also really develop, especially for our underserved students, but also develop the ability to look at history from different perspectives. And we think that this program, is showing some promise. So that's why we're piloting it. And again, this committee of teachers is leading this work. So they'll collect the data this year. We look forward to presenting back in the spring, again, about both the ELA and the history selection process. So I'm going to stop there. So that concludes my presentation, and ask if there are any questions from the board of directors.
Thank you. Colleagues, does anybody have any questions? We'll start with Vice President Gonzalez. And if we could just start with 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Jacques, for the presentation. What opportunities do students get to weigh in on, to try out their curriculum and weigh in on them?
That's a great question. So students are part of the, of course, are experiencing when we pilot a curriculum. And I really appreciate that question, that should be considered as part of the, as the data collection process. Often we look at student achievement, but really also what are students' experience with it? Are they excited to learn? Would be happy to report back on that. That's really good feedback for us to consider as part of the criteria that we use to select.
Yeah. My other feedback is just that I'm really excited to hear about moving toward digital technologies, because like you said, the textbooks are first, they're really expensive. And secondly, they become dated, pretty much the second you buy them. Some of the information is out of date. And so I've checked out Newzilla. I think it's really great. And like you said, students will really get to see themselves in the stories. And so that's so different from mainstream media. So I think that's really good. So I like the direction a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on, Director Yee. I can't believe you're not wanting to speak on this.
I'm speechless. No.
Okay, but you have 3 minutes.
I
You
know.
have
I
3
really
minutes,
would.
Gary.
thank you so much. And I must say, I apologize for jumping the gun because of the OUSD curriculum on the Family Central site. I hadn't paid attention to Teacher Central, and I frankly didn't, go through your whole presentation. So I assumed it was all about textbooks and the statistics of it. So I really hope that you have a chance at some point to come back and go in some more detail around that curriculum guide that's in the Family Central. I mean, it's just a step in the right direction for a lot of families that could actually give us all a level of scope and sequence, confidence in scope and sequence, and begin to actually, especially in this distant learning environment, for parents frankly, to be able to judge and assess not only what their kids are learning, but what their kids are being taught. And I think that this is a critical moment for all of us to be able to be very transparent about what is the quality of the curriculum the district is providing, what is the quality of the teaching that the teacher is providing, and what are the results that the students are learning. And this could be a very collaborative moment when it's all up on the air like this. And so I just want to congratulate you on the progress of this.
Thank you, Dr. Yee. And if I could just mention that that the work on Family Central is really a collaboration across multiple departments, including Office of Equity, and that we are holding monthly family sessions for families to engage with the content that's on Family Central. So we'll be looking forward to sharing more about some of the direct sessions that we hold with families to unpack these materials as well. And of course, I'd be happy to share in more detail.
Right. In fact, if we could get some PSAC response from it, because I'm really curious what the connect rate is on Family Central. Are 100 parents using it? Are 1,000 parents using it? Or 10,000? What is, I mean, this is someplace that PSAC can really help us. And then not only PSAC, but all city council could actually help us in using and evaluating and test driving the Family Central site, because it's something we've never had. I mean, in my few years in the district, I don't recall any resource like this, unless we go back to 1978 when Dr. Ruth Love had created her I think they're called Standards of Learning, and they're a card deck which said what is being taught in each of the subject areas in the 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. It's either standards of something, but there were two, one in 75, 78, and one in 83. But that was the last time I recall something that was what we expected, not something from the state, but something that was Oakland's content standards. So I'm assuming this is like that, and I would love to get that kind of feedback from PSAC and from the All City Council.
We can share that data with them about the usage.
Thank you. No, I mean, I'd like for them to tell us.
Director, you were going to move on now. I know that Director Ng has a question. She's unable to turn on her camera right now, but she's going to ask her question. Go ahead, Director Ng.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks for the great and comprehensive presentation. I had two hopefully quick questions. I appreciate seeing the chart that you've shown. I think this is the 3rd year now about where we are in terms of each of the grade spans being up to date on our curriculum. I noticed that, and so it's nice to see more green. I know that you updated us on math in high schools, but I wasn't sure if we had an update on where we are with the other areas where we're still in the red, if when we believe we'll be addressing those, is my first question. And then the second is, I know each year, I think it was 2 years ago, it was like a $4 million, like in terms of total budget, if we were to look at all of the new curriculum. I wondered if you had just any estimates for this year or in subsequent years in terms of budgets for our curriculum to be updated. Thank you.
I can speak to the budget question first. That we spent about $3 million this year on core curriculum materials. Of course, some of the supplemental materials are not included in that number, but we could provide more detail about many of the, the supplemental apps that I referenced. But this year we spent about 1.6 million from our lottery funds, which are categorical each year, and then an additional 1.4 million. So, and I'd be happy to provide, we could provide information compared to past years, but there has been an increase over the last 2 years.
And I think the budget question is to get up to date. How much would the investment be? I think it's sizable, I'm sure, but more kind of forward looking. If we were trying to plan to get up to date, how much would we need to budget in future years?
And to the second part of your question, or the first part rather, about the high school curriculum. So we are implementing field tests in biology this year. As curriculum is being developed, more high school science curriculum is currently in development to align to the next generation science standards. So the hope is next year that we would be able to pilot this and potentially other science programs. And we're currently looking at the other 2 content areas as well, for history and for English language arts. Hopefully next year we'd have be in process of moving towards selection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? I do have, I just wanted to make, I'm sorry, go ahead, Director Hinton.
You can go.
Okay. So I want to kind of go back to, I want to pull together 2 pieces of data that we heard. Earlier this evening in the attendance data, we saw that the one area where our enrollment is up is in 6th grade, when we look at kindergarten, 6th and 9th grade. And the one area where our curriculum is up to date is in middle school. And I don't know if there's any way we can draw a correlation there, but I sure am curious, because when I look at all the red areas in the high school curriculum, and I have most recently been the parent of high schoolers. My younger daughter graduated in 2019, so my data is slightly stale at this point. It seems to me that I understand we want all our elementary school kids to be literate, but I think we need to find a way to additionally prioritize updating those high school curriculum. I mean, we have kids using history textbooks that I'm not sure if they include Barack Obama. I mean, this is just, it's not right. And if we want to wonder why our high school students are engaged, we might need to look at what are the materials that we're offering them. So I don't know what we can do. I understand times are really tight, but I just want to kind of lift up what has leapt out to me between some of the information that we've seen this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Hinton.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks for the report and the information. Yeah, I would just, I guess, echo the things around, is this a moment where we can move away from textbooks? Been kind of asking that question for a while. What, I mean, I know it's the way of the world, but it just felt like it was something that we could maybe be doing something different. A couple, I'm trying to go through a couple of things. So, during COVID, at the beginning of COVID, one of the epiphanies that I felt like I had was for all of the families that I know that want to get to like a Hill school where they believe like curriculum is better and instruction is better. I was curious as to whether or not like a Prescott family or, could see into the curriculum of a Hillcrest school, right? And so I think about that on Family Central, right? When you put out these scopes and sequences and these curriculums and things like that, and we talk about parent empowerment at this particular moment and a lot of engagement. I'm wondering how much cross learning is not even learning, but access in the same kind of way. Again, rich curriculum or text or whatever it is that happens in Hill schools where people kind of rally to get to. So I'm wondering, how open sourced are we as a district? The elementary school piece, you talked about it moving in a direction of probably ethnic studies. I think that's good. Director Torres has been talking about K-8. So I might assume through the superintendent, some kind of way you might be in that conversation. And as we're thinking about policy, it might be important to kind of influence it. So to be clear, right now we're piloting, I'm sorry, I think 3 curricula. You're going to go through a piloting process, looking at 4 or so, but we'll come out with 4 pieces of curriculum across grade spans and concentration areas, curriculum areas. And so then I got curious because the crisis kind of put us in a situation where we were able to select 2 or 3 things. This is what we're doing. We could go deep. And so I'm wondering, you know, what have you learned from the COVID piece? Like, is there, you know what I mean? Like, are we about to go back to quote unquote normal with this elongated process? 10 years, I think you quoted saying nothing had been adopted at the high school level. And so I definitely am of that advocacy that I don't think we should ever go back to normal because normal kind of looks like, you know, these numbers of 30% below or 50% below. So, you know, as you're doing this work in building, I think, you know, just it's not, it's gotta get better on behalf of our kids. And then I think, I'm sorry, my time, if you just spare me another minute, folks. It's just, so in general, and I know Dr. Aguilera is probably going, you're allowed to talk, Director Hinton. I'm waiting on some adapting of the policy, but to the extent that COVID allowed you all some flexibility, I'm wondering again to my colleagues that we should, you know, look at how do we amend any policies that might allow you a lot more freedom, at least in the next year and a half or so. Because I get very worried about pilots. Pilots are in 19 schools. We have 80 of them. So the statement that all kids get access is frankly not true. Because if only 19 kids are getting that pilot, then that's not really what's happening. And then I would say the last thing, you know, kind of nerded out on this, and sometimes I feel like I don't really like data, but I will say that we didn't say a lot about students, right? Like if we probably went back and traced this back into all of us speaking, like we heard a lot about what adults are doing, but like what does that 50% below mean? How many students is that? Percentage is like cool. But I actually kind of want to know numbers. I'd like to know much more disaggregation around schools, around race, so that we can, again, lift up like students. And as a board member, if my goal is around student achievement, this is a beautiful first step, but I almost feel like, you know, you come to, I guess, once a year, twice a year around curriculum kind of stuff. And so this is, you know, to my future board members, as I sit on the other side of the dais, it might be one of those things that it's much more of a deeper quality, quarterly type of conversation, you know, or a written report, a little bit more, just so that students are actually lifted in this, and that we can then be tracking our goals around what are we doing on behalf of students, improvement, and you know, because you're evaluating curriculums and that type of thing. However, it doesn't. I know you have a sense of urgency and a sense of just like that. That's what you probably wake up every morning and maybe don't even sleep at night around. And so, you know, where are we going to kind of push up against the structures that don't allow us to see the student, call it out, you know, pick what we need to pick, cut through our own bureaucracies and our own barriers in some kind of real way. So appreciate, you know, the work, but just hope that we could keep centering students and tell us about what is happening with students as much as we talk about adults.
Thank you. Director Harris, did you have any comments?
Not at this time.
Great. Is there anything further right now? Let's go to public comment, please.
First, our first speaker on this item is Asa.
Unmute myself. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Asa. We're waiting for you.
I'm unmuting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We'll restart the clock. Can you start, please?
Yes,
Welcome.
I shall. I shall. Plato's allegory of the cave, it was just such an important part of the curriculum that I was really wanting the students to learn and incorporate that fundamental concept of Plato's allegory of the cave, of the individual prisoners with their heads locked in a particular position and projections on a wall, and the cave itself with the sunlight out there representing the truth. And I happen to have grown up in a society where I actually live in a cave, and the truth is not something that's very easily ascertained. And I just think philosophically, we're talking about curriculum and what have you, but the level and the ability to absorb the truth is a whole nother reality. I'm brokenhearted, I'm brokenhearted because the lack of education that's happened with the Black children in this society in Oakland over the past 6 months. What's happened is very devastating. It's not going to be addressed. And I think I can be happy in recognizing that, I am in a cave and that no one's really going to address. I guess the achievement gap has been resolved, I guess, by now. And America's history is based fundamentally in the Civil War, which was a fight over whether my people were going to be free or not. And the freedom never occurred. And it doesn't really matter now because now we have diversity and we have people from multiple parts of the world enjoying their wealth and success and their language while they're getting their language while the Black boys are languaging. And that's just the way the system works. It's going to reproduce itself. I have no faith whatsoever that Black Americans.
Thank you. Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I didn't see the minutes there. I have no faith at all that my Black brothers are going to get their fair share of education. It's just not going to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, board. David Castillo, OUSD parent. A couple of points I'd like to make based on the last presentation, which I actually really deeply appreciate. I think that's not the most, but it was a fairly comprehensive description of the district's curriculum, more than I've heard in a number of years. So I want to appreciate the staff for laying out both where the areas of strength are and also where the areas are that we all know that we need to improve. So I really appreciate that. I'm an OUSD parent, but I'm also a former school leader. 10 years ago when I was principal at Oakland Unity, we were one of the first high schools in the Bay Area, in the country, in the world to partner with Khan Academy. I was a principal at Urban Montessori, where we were a next generation learning challenge school. So I have some experience with working in schools at all levels, as well as, blended learning or online technologies. So I also appreciate the transparency around the different platforms that the district is offering. I think, as a parent, my student is getting more feedback now than he's probably ever gotten in his 6 years of public school education. That includes 3 years while I was his principal at his own school. So I appreciate the use of Google Classroom. I think it needs to be more consistent, but I think there's a lot of promise there. A couple of questions I have are just, my kid's school, the grade level teachers have kind of self-organized into teaching a single subject to larger groups online so they can specialize, and that's working. So a question I have is, what kind of professional development exists across the district for teachers and principals to be sharing some of the innovative practices that are actually happening now under these conditions? And then how are we going to ensure that going forward, once we return to regular school within buildings, some of this innovation can continue on and we just don't go back to normal?
Can you wrap up, please?
Yep, that's all done.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Hasten Thomas.
Good evening. First of all, I really want to take a moment to appreciate and applaud Dr. Jacques and Dr. Aguilera. I too was not expecting that presentation around like sort of curriculum or like textbook sufficiency in a Williams report, and I was prepared to like frankly take a nap. And I really appreciated the detail, the self-reflection, the data that shows what works, what doesn't work, where they're struggling. Appreciate the rigor, grade level access, knowing that that is a civil right. And that too often, as noted by the data, that like if left to their devices, well-intentioned teachers, and I love well-intentioned teachers, will not teach to grade level because kids don't come in at grade level. And I was that teacher, so I'm not blaming anybody. It just is instinctive to want to see your children succeed. And if you don't know how to actually facilitate grade level learning with kids who can't access the grade level text, you will inevitably teach below grade level, even though the children's minds and their cognitive capacity is to do grade level work, regardless of whether they can access the text. So I appreciate that. I mean, a couple questions I have would just be that question, which is, how are you addressing, the teachers who are kind of resistant to that? One, is it just volunteer? Is it like some schools get to do it because they pilot it and they're willing? Is it about will, or is it about at some point saying this is actually what kids need? And I guess that's a little bit to Director Hinton's point, like who is and who isn't getting access, who is and who is not succeeding. And to the last speaker's point before Mr. Castillo, how is this data disaggregated in terms of who's getting access, who isn't, who's succeeding, who's growing, who's not, and what other things might you need for kids who aren't. And then lastly, just hopefully you can partner with charters. EFC has been using Being a Reader at early elementary, which aligns really closely with SIPs. So please reach out. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, a lover of the allegory of the cave, and tried to share it with my students back in the day. But all that, the gap that people are trying to close is an oppressive gap. It's part of the structure, and it's generated from our segregated society, and it starts with our housing pattern. And then our various institutions support a concept like parent choice, and which maintains the segregation, and so everything's included in the policy there. Now, one of the things that we have in the society of corporations is resistance by unions, and the union was supposed to have a contract with you that if you work with a teacher group, you go through the union and you have on the committees that are working together on curriculum, you have a balance. And what I heard earlier in the evening is that there's one person, one teacher on the committee. So that's a way to control the voice, to control things. That's just part of your structure. Let's see. I think I hit scope and sequence. I got to hit it again. We need a common language, and not say that the parents are inferior because I got a PhD or whatever the thing is. We need a common language of equality, and a scope and sequence I think is rotten because it was a top-down scope and sequence, starting to what you need to go to college, and it brought all the way down.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Can you wrap up, please?
Anyhow, yeah. So when you're talking about this,
thank you, Mr. Mordecai. We're going to move on to the next speaker now. Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, one of my main concerns is reading proficiency. And it has been stated that the ability for a child to be at grade level reading at the 3rd grade, have that proficiency. If that child is proficient or not proficient will determine whether or not they'll have the capacity to graduate from high school. So, what textbooks do we have that increases the capacity of reading proficiency? Is something that I'm really focused on. The other thing is the ability for the school district to realize that besides having textbooks, it's absolutely necessary to have other things in place. And you do that when you approved item P20, P19, P14 for the newcomers. You have uh, therapy, case management, family care, engagement, academic support, and many other things that you realize that these kids need. You need the same thing for African American children. Lastly, when you have textbooks that are in Arabic and Cambodian, Chinese, and Spanish, and all you have the teacher in the classroom with all these different languages and children in the same classroom with all these different language textbooks, how do you engage in having learning to its fullest capacity with the challenge of so many different languages? I don't know how you do it. And somebody needs to have that discussion because it could be it causes a problem when you have so many needs for language accommodations in the same classroom.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, are there any further speakers, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker on this item, President London.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask if there is a motion to adopt the report.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, second by Director Hinton. Director Yee, did you have a comment? If you do, I would like to ask you to keep it very brief.
Very brief. Mr. Jacques, my question was whether your curriculum guide could be useful with the hubs and the tutoring centers and all the rest of that. Is it adaptable for that, sir? And you can answer just yes or no or maybe.
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Can we call the question, please?
Yes, the roll call on the adoption of the sufficiency of textbooks material. Student Director Ramos.
She left the meeting at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
She left the meeting at 8 o'clock. Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Here. Just kidding. Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes, Director Hinton Hodge, if you had to be in class tomorrow, you too could leave the meeting at 8 o'clock.
The matter is adopted.
Thank you. We're going to move now to item S, which is unfinished business. We have two items here. We have the distance learning policy and the learning continuity and attendance plan. We will then go to new business where we have several measures where there's quite a bit of interest as well from the community. So given that these unfinished business items are items we've heard before, I'm going to urge us all to please try to, keep, there's just a long agenda. Let's try to keep moving. So we're going to go now to item S1, 201597. This is our board policy on distance learning. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, excuse me. I see it's been moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Director Yee. The General Counsel is reminding me that we need to see if there's a need for translation. I thought our translators had signed off, but if they're still here, can we ask them to please make their announcements?
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去認證右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。如果然後你點擊入去之後呢，你可以選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。麻煩你如果需要翻譯嘅話，請你舉手或者喺留言室留言俾我哋。多謝。I'm done with the Cantonese.
Thank you. Let's go to our Spanish option.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Okay, bueno, buenas tardes otra vez, buenas noches, ofreciéndoles la interpretación en español. Por favor, vayan a la parte de abajo de su pantalla, busquen el icono de interpretación del mundo, denle clic, seleccionen español y van a escuchar la traducción en español. Por favor, levanten su mano. Ahí también, si lo necesitan, hay un icono donde ustedes levantan su mano para que vean que necesitan la interpretación. Gracias. I'm done. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much.
And
Going
Madam
back
President,
to
no translation is needed at this time for either language.
Thank you, General Counsel. Going back to item S1, Director Harris, this is your item. Is there anything that you wanted to say before we move into the rest of the item?
Yeah, just very quickly, if actually the version that's there, you have a red line version that is attached to the agenda. And we made a few modifications. The modifications are chiefly to make sure, so we were able to include the equity principles that Director Hinton Hodge set forward. So we definitely want to make sure that we're asking the question, if possible, that we can do business with small business owners as well as local providers, but we don't want that to hinder our students and our families' ability to have technology. And we don't want to pay exorbitant costs to do that business. So the edits that we made, I made along with some staff as well as the general counsel. I believe Mr. Daniels has that screen and is able to share, and I'd just like to read those brief edits so you can compare them. And there you go. And I believe this is I want to say the second page, but if you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Daniels, but you'll see, that's the first page. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So you'll see there, the red line is what is in the policy that you have, the latest version. So any purchases of devices or equipment using bond funds shall be consistent with board policy 7115, so long as the devices and equipment meet the necessary specifications and can be delivered within industry standard timeline. So that's the first edit. Scrolling here, and the second is relatively simple, grammatical. Okay, and then the superintendent shall endeavor, where feasible, to contract with local entities to provide such training and ongoing support. So this is the piece around making sure that we ask the question about local and small businesses able to do this work around training. And I think there is one more. Yes, and the last one here. You see it, just the annual audit of bond funds shall examine whether purchasing devices and equipment pursuant to this policy has been consistent with board policy 7115. So I think we were able to mention in a way that's not harmful, that it doesn't harm our ability to get devices and get training on time and on budget. So those are I'd like to the maker of the motion, present those as friendly amendments. If you will accept them, that's really all I have to say at this time.
That goes to you, Director Hinton.
No, yeah, just an appreciation around it. And I think that your comments 2 weeks ago around, is there some amendment to 7115? Or is there a deeper conversation around equity and access for local and small businesses? I think we'll take that up across the board, like maybe under our business policies and ARs. So again, just an appreciation around that. And again, the intent is to think first about our community, frankly, and how do we circulate and generate dollars.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, is there any further discussion? Director Yee.
And thank you. I, in anticipation of the adoption of this policy, I talked to Mr. Nakagawa and also our small business consultant, Andrea Lowe, about including some analysis on their parts about the inclusion of this in the upcoming report that we're going to be getting from them regarding the local business policy. And that should be scheduled. That should be calendared sometime within the next couple of 3 meetings, and that's just in support of the initial look at how the business policy is operating now and what would be the implications of adding this in. So I think it's consistent with the spirit of what you're doing. But if the board would like us to have that discussion, initial discussion at the facilities committee, we would be happy to do it.
Thank you, Director Yee. Can we go now to public comment, please? If you wish to offer comment, now would be the time to raise your hand.
First speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I'm into appreciating. So first I'm appreciating Dr. Yee. Now I'm going to have to appreciate James Harris. And I think that was very thoughtful. Those trying to balance different values there and have a local, but at the same time, not hinder adoptions that would be necessary and that might throw a wrench in how things proceed. So again, I appreciate Dr. Yee and James Harris. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asada Olabawa.
Yes, I just wish the policy could have covered, it might not be appropriate for it to cover this, the identification of when we get out of COVID-19, to have distance learning in place. And so, for example, when you have students who are suspended or expelled, when you have children who have extended health issues, when you have adult education, and maybe some other things can come up like summer school, we're going to have all these devices and at the end of this COVID-19. So the opportunity to identify some areas where we could continue to have distance learning based on some necessary circumstances, I would hope would be taken into consideration at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Dirk Tillotson.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we did. I appreciate the policy. I appreciate the amendment by Director Hinton Hodge. A lot of prosperity passes through, above, and beyond Oakland. And this will be, cables will be laid, contractors will be being hired. And I want to make sure that folks that are local and African-American folks are hired. I just wanted to quote from Richard Rosting's book, The Color of Law, around some of the other redevelopments we've seen. When the post office came in West Oakland, 300 Black families were displaced. Not a single Black plumber, operating engineer, sheet metal worker, iron worker, electrician, or steam fitter was hired for construction. When BART was put through West Oakland, not a single African-American skilled worker was hired to work on it either. So as we see this new gold rush of cables being laid, contractors being hired, who's going to get hired for those jobs? Will we develop the people within Oakland and develop Oakland, or will they be passed over again? And the same folks will be looking for devices and looking for access a couple of years from now. Other folks are getting paid. So I just hope we do not find ourselves in that place. And I hope we have accountability around this. I appreciate the board for moving this forward, for guaranteeing access for our kids and families. But I want to make sure we have accountability both on who gets access and making sure that happens, and also who's getting paid in this process and how economic development happens out of it. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you. But let's keep accountability on this process too.
Thank you. Are there further comments, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have two additional speakers. Hasten Thomas.
Good evening. I too really want to appreciate the policy and the thoughtfulness of the policy and the amendments introduced by Director Hinton. And, you know, want to actually echo a couple comments from the speakers before me about, you know, this crisis has created this really interesting moment where inequity has been illuminated, and especially around access, that people like Dirk has really been they've been taking it on. And if we get through this and we actually get to a place where every kid has a device and every kid has high-speed Wi-Fi, and we have actually all these digital platforms and decent curricula on those platforms, that's an opportunity to think about what does it look like to use this as a way to accelerate, intervene. It is a way to think about what does it look like when kids are struggling. There are kids who are actually doing better in distance learning. I have one, so I know, like kids who were bullied at school, or kids who struggled at school for lots of other reasons. But there are kids who actually do better in this model. And what do we think about that? And how will we use this opportunity to really differentiate the approaches for different children and make sure that we don't just use this as a one-shot deal and forget about it, but actually really look at the data around who this is serving, who it's not, where is it a really strong supplement, and can we leverage what we've had to create in this horrifying moment for long-term good. Because I think to Director Hinton's point, it didn't work for all kids before. We know this, right? So we don't want to just default back and go back to, we want to actually imagine what could be possible if we had to take, if we had to take to the next level. And in crisis, there is always opportunity. Again, appreciate the policy, appreciate the hard work you all are doing around this in this tough time.
Great. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our last speaker on this item is Daniel Lowe.
Good evening, board members. This is actually Andrea Lowe using my son's distance learning computer. So thank you for hearing from me. And I would like to thank the board for this important policy and being intentional and thoughtful about the implementation and oversight. I think that this policy goes a long way in strengthening the diversity and equity lens and how we're looking at continuing to support the local economy and local businesses within the local economy across the district. So I think that this is a great opportunity to strengthen the policy that's currently in place within the facilities department and look at how we can ensure that other expenditures within the district echo that same sentiment and inclusivity and can continue to circulate dollars within the local community.
Thank you. Is there any further comment, Ms. Floyd?
No, Madam President, that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please? Mr. Rakestraw, we'd like to call the roll, please.
Yes. On the roll call for the adoption of the policy, Director Ng.
Yes, and thank you, Director Harris, for the work.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your leadership on that. We're going to move now to item S2, 20-1641. This is the learning continuity and attendance plan. We spent quite a bit of time on this at our last meeting. Is there a motion? First, we're going to go to the translators, and then while they're doing that, think about who wants to make the motion.
Thank you so much, President London. Buenas tardes, otra vez ofreciéndoles la traducción en español. Si necesitan traducción en español, por favor levanten su mano para saber que la necesitan. En la parte de abajo van a encontrar el círculo de interpretación. Denle clic, escojan español y para que puedan escuchar la traducción. Levanten su mano, por favor, denle clic al icono para que sepan que necesitan la traducción. Gracias. I'm done.
Gracias.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去應聘嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會得到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要翻譯嘅話，麻煩你舉手或者喺聊天室等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done. President London.
Thank you.
Madam
So
President, no translation is needed for this item, and the translators are released for the evening.
Great. Thank you very much to our translators. And on September 30th, I will be thinking of you very thankfully. We're going to go now.
Thank you, President London.
Sure.
Thank you, President London. Bye-bye. Good night.
Yes, we really appreciate what you guys do. So we're going to come back to this item. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Director Harris. I will second. Colleagues, does anybody have any comments or questions? All right, let's go to public comment then. Ms. Floyd, do we have anyone who wants to offer comments on the learning continuity and attendance plan?
I'm waiting to see if anybody's going to raise their hands.
I think we did a really good job last time.
I know. It doesn't appear that anyone wants to speak on this item, President London.
All right.
Double checking. No hands are raised.
Okay. Okay, Director Ng, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. We did spend some time on this, and I know that there has been engagement since with various stakeholders. My question is more on just updates of this plan, because I know that some of the pieces are still moving, and you know, we'll be developing through the through this fall and this year. So do we have planned updates on it, or what is the as budgets are finalized and some of the areas are finalized, what is our, I just wanted to better understand the monitoring and the updates piece.
Sure, I can answer that question. So in terms of the progress monitoring implementation, we've been, hearing from our stakeholders and from our board that the question, like, how do we know this is true in our school sites, has continuously come up. So we are devising the implementation accountability metrics, so that way we can report out to the board. And in the plan, I did specify that we can come back quarterly to give those updates, but I'll definitely, ask that our superintendent and the board leadership work on how often they would like updates and on which areas based on the plan. In terms of the areas that are still being developed, I did just want to say those publicly because we are in still conversation around them. So the student incentives and scholarships for 12th graders, that is still being worked on and developed. As you heard earlier, the learning hubs are still being refined and developed. One thing that I really appreciated from the stakeholder engagements and the feedbacks that we had was this notion around communication standards. So that way, like, it sometimes is uneven at school sites where some school sites do an exceptional job and then some aren't communicating very well. And we would like to work together to kind of set the standard of how often it should be and in which modes that should be. So we'll come back and work on that. I've said to those groups that we can work on what that looks like and make sure that we communicate and train our staff on what that should be. One piece of feedback, and I really appreciated the student feedback that we received, was we were addressing mental health needs for our students in the advisory structure for secondary. And the student experience has been that it's a little too structured, and that they just want a space to come and just kind of have open discussions about general topics when it comes to COVID or what's happening. And sometimes our schools are implementing a little bit too much of like an advisory curriculum. And so hearing that feedback, we want to kind of refine and look at how that is being structured at our school sites. So that, I think a student was like, I just want a space for to be asked like how I'm doing and be able to respond. But sometimes the advisory curriculum is a little bit too structured for that. So what we're taking away from that is like more of perhaps a circle that, we do a lot in elementary as compared to, it feels like another class, structure. So we do want to come back and, address that with our schools. And then in terms of the feedback that we received from our stakeholders, there is a whole section at the end of the plan that has been included to give you what the stakeholders said and then what we responded and what we're still working on. And one of the largest items is the line items that were requested. They are there in a different format. Excuse me. So you can see that we've been responding to the feedback.
Thank you. Are there any for Director Hinton?
So we received a letter from a subcommittee of the PSAC, African American Concerns. So I'm wondering, just your response to that. I mean, I think I warned a couple of weeks ago that I felt like that this was going to be a big kind of compliance document, and it was going to look super high level, and it was just going to be, the angels in the details around what that looked like, and always the concern of consistently who delivers that, right? So I would be curious about that stakeholder group. I think for me, I felt like I just got all lives mattered when I was starting to talk about Black girls with someone recently, and they were like, but no, it's if we don't all stick together. And so I just want to note that like Black girl issues are very real. The data shows that. And so I saw like, 8 tutors for that. So I just, again, that's why I'm always saying disaggregate data. Because I want to see, there's 8 there, but there might need to be 8 more for young Black girls, right? Just to even address maybe SEL issues, right? So that's a little bit of my push, and I'd like to hear your response to that. And then I'm sorry, not wasted time, but I need like the fullness of the CAC, like that stakeholder group, the things that they're asking about. And in particular, I probably won't get the specificity, but is around the MOU, and it's because I was in one of the CAC meetings, right? And a parent was saying, I just need some one-on-one time, right? My kid is just like zoning out, they're not doing it. And it was this feeling of if like I could get 2 days out of the week of some one-on-one to just help that child orient towards the screen and that type of thing, then maybe they could be in the classroom. But I know that there's a MOU and there's safety issues and concerns that create a potential gap. And so just how are you holding that and juggling that in some kind of real way? And again, how does that stakeholder group kind of, push you all around? Like, how will you judge, a student regressing? How will you address the fact that we're delayed by IEPs? And you said, the governor said do this, but we're not really sure how. So, those are real challenges for you. And to your communication point earlier, I'm just hoping that, I don't know, like, do we get some pods or hubs? What do we do to help move that community in a place where they feel like they're going to get served in light of all the MOUs and politics and other barriers? Thank you for your work, always.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, let's call the roll, please.
President London, before we take a vote, we do have speakers on this item now.
We have speakers.
Yes, okay. We have 2.
Let's go ahead, please.
Jade Foxall.
Hi, I just wanted to speak on behalf of the students of Oakland Tech and support the proposal for a more sustainable OUSD. We really stand behind the fact that youth get a say in this proposal and will in the future, as well as the recognition that it lends to racial equity and climate equity, and especially in Oakland, especially in our schools. So we just wanted to speak up as students, me and a few other girls who are here today, as part of our environmental science class. So
thank you, Ms. Foxall. Thank you very much. We're not quite at the sustainability item. It's going to be the next item we take up. That's why I'm trying to get us to a vote.
Okay.
So if the other hand that is raised is also wanting to speak on the sustainability item, I would ask you to lower your hand so we can get to the next item and discuss the item you're here for, because we're going to take it next. Ms. Floyd, are there additional speakers?
Yes, we have one last speaker, David Castillo.
Mr. Castillo, you're standing between students and sustainability. Go ahead.
No, he's not. He's speaking.
Go
on-
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. I'm giving.
Thank you. Yeah, I get it. So I'm actually speaking on behalf of the 35,000 students in OUSD, as well as the 4,000 to 5,000 students within OUSD with exceptional needs. Speaking to the distance learning plan, I mean, so right now you're talking like big picture about the plan. I appreciate that. Speaking specifically to the 4,000 to 5,000 students within OUSD, and I'm actually kind of shocked that I'm the only parent calling in about this. Every single student within OUSD is required to have an individualized modification, a distance learning plan. And so my question is, like, how is the board tracking the administration's ability to create, implement, share those plans with students with IEPs? And then within those plans, we're actually talking about, how I'm not going to talk about going back to the spring, but looking forward to the fall. How are services and supports for students being modified under this type of learning environment? How are goals being modified if they are? And how is progress monitoring being done and shared with families, especially under COVID? So we don't reset the clock for 4,000 students within OUSD that are exceptional, but also most vulnerable under these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker.
Great. Let's call the roll, please.
President London, I would like to say one thing about
sure.
I'm a little concerned, like I'm not sure that I have enough information to vote on this if the final distribution of funds is still being negotiated or worked out. I do, because I see on there that there's a question about hiring a community engagement liaison for special education families for the CAC. I think that's wonderful proposal, and we've needed that for years. I strongly support that, but it doesn't look like it's a done deal yet. And so I just, I probably have to abstain because I really want to know where the money's actually going, and that doesn't sound like it's 100% clear yet. So that's what I'm going to say about that. But I strongly support hiring that community engagement liaison for our special ed families.
Thank you. Let's call the roll, please.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
I'm going to abstain.
And President London?
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Great, thank you. Next up, we're on item 2, which is new business. I'm going to take, as you heard, there's some people waiting for item T2 in particular who are students, so I want to take that item first. This is 201789. This is a first read on a climate emergency action resolution. And this is being brought forward by myself and Vice President Gonzalez. Our goal here is twofold. And then we are going to go to staff. I want to also give Vice President Gonzalez a moment to speak, but our goal is twofold. So we saw a couple of years ago when we took up the environmental education, climate literacy policy, as well as the living schoolyards policy, that we have a lot of work going on in different parts of the organization, but they're not cohesive, particularly around sustainability. And there's a lot of really good work going on in this area. And if you look at the attachment to this document, you'll actually see a summary of a lot of the different work that's happening. So this resolution is designed in part to give us more cohesion. I'm trying to remember the coherence, the Michael Pollan word, right? We use it a lot in curriculum. This is using it on other sides of the house. And then also, we are in a climate emergency, right? Like, all you have to do is live here for the past month, and you see that. So this is a twofold policy. It's going to lead to some more work that staff has already initiated, but that's what this is about. And Vice President Gonzalez, did you want to add anything before we turn it over to staff?
No, I think that, this is an opportunity for us to provide leadership. That's really important, and hopefully other school districts will follow suit.
Yes. So let's go now. If Mr. Nakatagawa and or Mr. Havenar Dotton is here and you guys want to lead us through this, that would be wonderful. I don't know.
Thank you, Board President London, and board members. In the interest of time, I'm just going to turn this over to my very able Sustainability Manager, Brendan Havenar Dotton. So take it away. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, members of the public, and superintendent. So Brendan Havener Dotton, I'm the Energy and Sustainability Manager with the Facilities Department, and have been working in collaboration with Director London and Director Gonzalez and others to bring forth this climate emergency action resolution. This is really a resolution that declares a climate emergency. And establishes a interdepartmental task force to bring together stakeholders to draft a climate and sustainability policy. So really we can break this process, this roadmap, if you will, down to 3 phases. The first being this resolution to kind of raise the flag and say, this is an emergency, we need to take action. We need to bring people together to think about how we're going to connect the dots within the district and rise to the occasion. Phase 2 would be to actually create a policy that would inform our kind of holistic sustainability planning. And so, as Director London mentioned, there's been a lot of different amazing and awesome efforts over the years, and there is really an opportunity here to again connect the dots and bring things together under one plan, one roof, and it's an opportunity also to bring more transparency to the space, and just be aware, raise awareness of all the things that are going on. And also to help us prioritize the different actions that we can take. I will say that throughout this, you'll see throughout this resolution that equity is really central to this resolution and to the process. And then I'll also just say that this is not something that's going to necessarily cost a lot, right? There's a lot of opportunities for savings to reduce waste. And whatnot. So this is an opportunity, at least in the first phase of a lot of this climate action work, to actually reduce waste, and potentially generate revenue, capture savings, and hopefully redirect those dollars to the classroom. So I'll just leave it there and turn it back over to President London.
Great, thank you. So just to make sure, because I know there are people watching who may not be as familiar with our process, this is a first read. So we're not going to vote on this tonight. We're going to discuss it. We're going to provide input to the staff and to myself and Vice President Gonzalez. And then this will come back to us at some point. I can't remember the exact date when. What I'd like to do, because I think there are people who are waiting to speak on this who might be students, is to go to public comment right now and then come back to the board. So if you want to offer us comments on this, particularly if you're a student, now would be the time to raise your hand, because we'd love to hear from you. Ms. Floyd, do we have folks who want to offer us comments? I know we had Ms. Foxall earlier.
There are no hands raised yet.
I think there's a couple now.
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Are you sure? I see 2.
I'm looking up and I'm looking.
Look up at the top. I see Ms. Clayman and Lisa.
Okay, Lara Clayman.
Ms. Clayman, you might still be on mute, not sure. Ms. Clayman, can you check your mute button? Ms. Floyd, you've unmuted her?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Why don't we come back to her maybe?
Yes, that's good. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Asa.
Good evening, board. It's always a pleasure to be able to, pleasure and privilege to speak with the board and the members of the board here. It's just the issue related to African-American boys and their success and African-American success is that it's just so deeply rooted in everything we do. I was listening to a Harvard a teacher from Harvard, graduated from Harvard, teaching curriculum, diversity curriculum, saying that you could tell something about Black people by the way they dress. I mean, the level of ignorance that comes out of some of these curriculums is hurtful, you know, and it's amazing to see that even today in an academic environment that the experience of what it means, just the basic stuff about, the Black codes, about redlining, about convict leasing. Why is 70% of the prison population Black people? Everyone in the district needs to be able to answer that question. Okay, are Black people intrinsically disordered in terms of criminally insane? Is that why we represent 70% of the prison population? You know, there's some things that are more important from a certain perspective. There's just some things that are more important. Okay, yeah. I mean, America, there was a civil war that was fought. And what I'm saying is that history is very important, and if we want to talk about what happened over the past 50 years, that's fine. But you know what? There's 400 years of history of African-American people here. And, I'm in this class, I'm watching these people do this bilingual thing in the classroom. It's like, and
Can
then—
you wrap it up, please, sir?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? I really should be looking at the numbers because I love looking at the numbers, but I missed it. I'm going to be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back, if we can, to Ms. Clayman. I know she did send us a letter, but if she wanted to offer public comment, Ms. Clayman. Okay, I'm not sure where she went. Is there anybody else waiting, Ms. Floyd, to offer comment?
Sage Plastid.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, my name is Sage, and I didn't have anything prepared to say today, but I just want to really quickly emphasize the importance of this resolution to a lot of the youth, especially at Oakland Tech. For the AP Environmental Science class, we've actually created a climate emergency action and resolution project. So we've got 60 to 80 kids working really hard on individual tasks with Ms. Clayman, creating art, videos, hopefully resolutions and ideas. We've got everyone commenting on it. So I just want to just emphasize the importance of it to the youth of Oakland and just really highlight that, especially with all the fires and the disproportionate amount of people with asthma, especially the youth in the perhaps lower income communities. I know a lot of them are being severely affected by these fires. So I think it's really crucial that we address climate change, perhaps at just a local level, but hopefully maybe setting an example for other districts to follow suit. I forfeit the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Floyd, anybody else? I know that Ms. Clayman has told me separately that she's trying to call into Zoom from her phone. So if there's no one else, we'll go to board conversation and come back to her.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, so we'll come back to Ms. Clayman when she's been able to log in through a different channel. And right now, this is an opportunity for the board to offer comments and ask questions. Anybody?
President London, I'll just say that I really appreciate the approach that Mr. Havenar is taking, just in terms of how inclusive it is and the opportunities for just basically every stakeholder to be able to inform this process. So I think that's really good. I think it bodes well for our ability to implement it because he's taking the time to really build deep buy-in. So I'm excited about this.
Great. Anybody else have anything?
Could you say more or define equity? And then also, what is the inclusive, like, could you say again, because I'm not looking at it right now, but would you talk about the inclusivity? Vice President Gonzalez just referenced that.
Yeah, so, if you read the resolution, basically it calls for this process of engagement with stakeholders at every level of the district. So I can let Mr. Havenar say more about, exactly what that looks like. But they're just going to be wide. There already have been, and there will continue to be lots of opportunities for folks at every level to inform this work.
Yeah, sure thing. I think Laura Clayman was going to speak to that as well. I think
She's
briefly,
arrived, but we'll come back to her after we have this discussion.
Sure. So, throughout the resolution, there is a strong current of ensuring that the voices of those that have been marginalized are central to the process, to the planning process, also to the implementation process. Frontline community members, Black, Indigenous, people of color, those voices need to be present and central to this process for sure, and that comes through in the resolution language.
Great. At this point, Ms. And then I just wanted to say that Director
Can you define equity?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Can you talk some more about equity?
You made a statement that equity is throughout it.
I think it's really just a matter of making sure that people, that there is fair representation and there is a broad effort to reach out and engage, all corners of our stakeholders in this district. That's my my definition of making sure that this process is that equity is central to the process, is that that folks that there is a diverse stakeholder group that is engaged and that everybody's at the table and has the opportunity to engage, and that when we think about the benefits that come from these actions that we're taking, that those folks that have been marginalized traditionally, historically, are the ones that benefit first and most, in these with respect to with respect to climate action. So that's how I would define it in this moment.
So I think, I know this is the first read, so I think, and I won't be here, but how that also shows up is when you make plans and you make decisions and you budget, right? So tonight we saw, or the student director showed the report around the trees being planted in East Oakland in a school that's actually surrounded by a freeway. My neighborhood, West Oakland, I'm surrounded by 4 freeways. But there's, people are already, like, when we've been talking about the bond and access and certain things that are needed, it's kind of been said that, like, well, maybe that school doesn't get anything, so equity can be really, really hard, and it's not going to necessarily look fair. So as you're building this, it's one thing to ask me my opinion and have me sitting at a table, but it's going to be another thing when this board, and not you as a staff member, but this board makes decisions around where they put their resources and in which communities they put in the resources, and whether or not someone's going to come along and say, well, that's too much for that particular community, or you don't have enough kids. So again, I ask these defining questions for us because we throw them around quite a bit, and probably in your field, you experience that, right? And so you're the person that's like, well, wait, what is that? How does that really show up? And what is that going to look like? So, the policy is one thing, but how we implement it in the spirit of this board doing that work next year or at whatever period and point is going to be, I think, just really important. So thank you for the work.
Director Hinhaj, if I may, attached to the report tonight is a map that is, I used it in my president's report a couple of months ago, but I just want to reiterate, this map shows the census tracts in the city of Oakland that the state of California defines as being disproportionately impacted by pollution, by environmental pollution. And mapped on top of that is the student population. What is the local control funding formula student population for those schools in those neighborhoods? And I think that that this map actually could provide a very decent roadmap to how we're looking at implementation of this policy. And I know that in our partnership with the Trust for Public Land around the living schoolyards, which we discussed earlier this evening in the student director's report, as you noted, they've been very intentionally accessing matching funds from the state for schools in those same communities. And actually the state program is designed so that you have to spend the money in those communities. So we're picking up on something that the state's been doing.
And I know you work with Margaret Gordon in West Oakland Environmental Indicator Project. But again, I'm just saying, we might get into a battle about whether or not McClymonds, needs a better school, right? And if we're going to spend enough money on it or not spend enough money on it. So I'm just saying, like, these policies are great and the language is really lofty, but the actions are what community is going to look at you and say whether or not you're actually compliant to it. I've seen lots of maps. I've lived the maps. I lived the food desert map. I lived the lack of education map. I live all of those maps. So it's beyond a map.
Thank you. Can we go back to the additional public comment, please?
Yes, we have Lara Clayman.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yay, okay. My name is Laura Clayman, and I want to express my strong support for the Climate Emergency and Action Resolution. I'm a parent at Sequoia and have been really fortunate to be part of the team that drafted this resolution. Your attention on the climate emergency creates a real opportunity for OUSD to take significant and urgent climate action. Thanks to Directors London and Gonzalez, who are working closely with district staff to move this forward. Collaborating with OUSD sustainability directors, teachers, Sierra Club's climate parents, and students in creating solutions for OUSD has been a great experience. If you adopt the resolution, I and we are committed to supporting further collaboration between OUSD and the broader stakeholder community in determining and prioritizing critical next steps. As an OUSD mom and daughter of an immigrant, I am moved that the solutions we propose center on equity and advance generational and racial justice, as young people and low-income Black, Indigenous, and people of color are disproportionately harmed by climate change. Youth stakeholders have identified clean energy solutions and climate literacy as urgent priorities, as they understand that a livable future for them hinges on their own ability to identify swift and sweeping solutions. Transitioning to 100% clean energy by 2030 and off of fossil fuels by 2040 is the single most impactful thing we can do to reduce the climate pollution created by district operations and lay the groundwork for further coordination of the many sustainability initiatives already underway. Last week, when the air was still heavy with wildfire smoke, my 8-year-old son told me, "Mommy, at least with coronavirus, we could go outside and walk around the block." There's no denying that climate change is here and adversely impacting our students' ability to learn in a healthy and safe environment. The solutions are in front of us, our school community is ready to help, and we hope we can count on the entire board to support our climate emergency and action resolution.
Thank you. Director Yee, I saw you wanted to offer some comments.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate seeing the students earlier on from, I believe, Tech High School, which got me to thinking about the variety of environmental science and urban design academies we have across the district. It seems to me that I'm looking at the resolution and reviewing it to see whether or not there's an explicit recommendation in here to consider this a curriculum, a central curricular item that could link all our high schools that have those academies together. And then I actually got to thinking that if we were serious about it as a top priority, every academy from culinary through allied health, through engineering, through business and entrepreneurialism, through architecture, every academy could actually have a unit which addressed some issue around this emergency using the tools, the instructional and curriculum tools in their toolbox. And it could be like an 11th grade, say, or part of a 12th grade semester culminating project that somebody take their academic training in the career academy and apply it in some way to this particular incident. So it may be here and I just missed it because I'm a careless reader, but I think that there's actually value to actually calling that out so that what we do best, which is teaching and learning, is completely embedded in this whole project.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, I don't think that is embedded in quite the way that you've described, but I think that's a really interesting idea. One of the things that this resolution will authorize is a process by which there will be an internal working group and then the external working group that we've referred to previously. So I think there are some good opportunities for the staff to start to have that level of integration. I think those conversations have begun, but I think they can be more. So we'll look at the resolution.
I'm hoping that the makers would be explicit that if it is a priority for the people working around it as a policy thing, it also can be applied in an instructional way. And I think that that's the only piece that I would consider a friendly amendment.
Okay, we'll work on that. Thank you. Anybody else want to offer any comments on this? This is a first read.
President London, we still have a public speaker on this item.
Oh, okay. Let's call that person, please.
Haysen Thomas.
I just want to appreciate the policy as a whole. I think that California we're in a climate emergency, and I think that it doesn't require a resolution to know that. And I think just the idea that we would actually do some very conscious things to start to address that as a system. I've been in really old ancient buildings across many OUSD buildings that are just not efficient, and we waste tons of energy. So I appreciate the steps. I wholeheartedly agree with Director Yee, and I am also a careless reader, but I believe that in the resolution there is not a lot of reference to really educating the youth about the climate emergency, and it feels so critical that we not wait till high school, frankly. And actually the fact that you guys are using EL modules in middle school, which has like these beautiful units of study around, the future of water and the omnivore's dilemma, really begins to really embed in our children this understanding of the decisions and choices they make. Oakland is filled with bad choices still, and we are a climate change disaster still in a very progressive liberal city. And so I think there is this education piece. I also think, to Director Hinton Hodges' point, there is this like service to kids and action piece. The climate change, the things that are happening around the fires, the air quality, have a disproportionate impact on specific communities. And so how do we want to address the fact that asthma rates are particularly high in some neighborhoods and not in others, that some schools have ancient HVAC systems? Are we looking at that as we think about our bond investment? Are we looking at schools that have ancient HVAC systems and really poor air circulation? Are we prioritizing that level of safety and energy efficiency in our bond? I would hope so. But I would say, to Director Hinton Hodges' point, like there are some things that we could embed in here that are just about health and safety for kids.
Thank you. And I would just note that in 2018, the board adopted board policy 6142.5. It's an environmental and climate change literacy policy that's focused specifically on the curricular side of the house. And we have a task force, the Environmental and Climate Change Literacy Task Force, that has been meeting regularly since then. It's a partnership between OEA, the Sierra Club, and our own teachers. So I think we have a good running board for that work, and there's always room to improve. Is there any more? Are there more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have one last speaker, Lisa Hoyos.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hoyos, and I work with Sierra Club's Climate Parents Program. I wrote a letter to the directors earlier today, and just wanted to underscore what Laura Clayman had said, that there's been an amazing team with teachers, with district staff, Brendan and Nancy Deming, and community partners who feel really aligned and strongly that school districts can do so much to lead on climate, but to also make changes that will have amazing co-benefits for students, like improving indoor air quality, building community resilience. Solar plus storage can help build resiliency hubs in the community. If this passes in a month or whenever it's heard, you'll be joining forces with some other really cutting edge efforts around the country. Los Angeles passed 100% clean energy resolution last December. Salt Lake City, a student-led team, passed a resolution similar to the one proposed here just a few months ago under COVID. And Seattle's talking about one. And so Oakland's always been on the cutting edge of social change and leadership and innovation and equity and racial justice. And so your leadership in this moment will ripple all over the country. So thanks for considering this. And we look forward to coming back with more people and more voices to make this reality. And thanks again to the leadership of the board members. And thank you so much to your really innovative staff, Brendan and Nancy and others. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker.
Okay. Is there anything further that anybody wanted to add right now? All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move on. That was a first read. That should come back to us at the end of October. We're going to go now to item, we're a little bit backwards. We're going to go now to item T1, which is 201776. This is an amendment to Board Bylaw 9322, which is the focusing on the order of our agenda. And I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you, President London. So I mainly want to talk about the proposed changes to the agenda, which is what I imagine other people are interested to comment on. But General Counsel, there are a few other changes that you made just to get current with whatever. So I don't know if you want to just, if there's anything you want to add in addition to the proposed changes to the agenda. Okay, maybe not.
No, I'm sorry, Vice President Gonzalez, took me a minute to present myself. So there have been some changes. Are you asking if I should go through the substantive differences from when?
I'll go through the changes to the agenda, but I know you made some other changes related to COVID and meeting remotely and whatever. So
yes, so these were included in the introductory item that was introduced at the last meeting, but you know, we moved quickly to move to online meetings via Zoom, and of course, you know, no one ever thought that we would need board policies to capture what it is that we were doing. So in an attempt to, you know, utilize the opportunity to update all of our policies, I added, with Vice President Gonzalez's permission and approval, some language that addresses electronic, you know, online meetings like the one we're having now on Zoom, as well as interpreting. And so you'll see that in a few paragraphs in the document.
Thank you, General Counsel.
Thank you.
So the bulk of the changes that I'm proposing here really have to do with a couple things. One is that just a basic customer service issue of how long people often are having to wait. Particularly students, parents with young children. Sometimes they're there to comment on the LCAP or the budget, and those items tend not to come up until 10 or 11 at night. So one of the big changes here is to create a public comment period time at the very top of the meeting, one for non-agenda items and one for agenda items, so that if somebody has other responsibilities and they need to move on with their evening, they can come, they can make their comment, and they can go take care of the rest of their life if they need to. So another big change is moving some other items that often happen at the beginning of the meeting to the end of the meeting. So our board, the board president's report, the superintendent's report, the consent agenda, those things are being proposed to move to the end with the idea of, can we get to the heart of what people actually want to talk about and what the board still needs to be awake to talk about sooner in the meeting. And so what I'm proposing here is that things like our budget reports, our audit report, our citizen committee reports all become special orders of the day, so that again, our citizen volunteers can move on with their life and not have to stay until 10 or 11 at night to make their presentations. And that we're still awake at the time that these budget presentations and LCAP and things like that happen, because it's just, I don't think it's serving us well that, these things come up at 11 o'clock at night when we're all exhausted. So that's kind of the heart of it. The other thing is doing some more thinking about, do we really have to have public comment on every single item? Or can we do a little bit more consolidation? And so what I'm proposing here, after consultation with several people who participate regularly in our meetings, is that we go ahead and still have those public comment periods at the beginning of the meeting, but rather than only having it with public hearings and at the very end of the meeting as third and fourth opportunities to comment, we would take comments on all new business items, all unfinished business items, the public hearings, and then we'd have a consolidated comment period at the end of the meeting for where we would have moved the superintendent's report. And then I know a lot of you are probably curious about, like, well, how can we have the superintendent's report at the end? We are gonna, what I'm proposing is that she submit a written report, and then where we have really substantive things, like for example, the safety plan, that we just agendize that, as things are getting buried in the superintendent report anyways, and people might not know that we're actually talking about a safety plan because they don't see it written somewhere on the agenda. So that's what I'm proposing. It's a first read. We're not voting on this tonight. I'm interested to hear folks' feedback. And yeah, just interested to hear what you all think about these proposed changes.
Why don't we go in the spirit of recognizing the public? If you are here from the public and you want to offer comments, can you please raise your hand? We'll take comments from the community first. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Asa.
Thank you. I'm going to move my window out of the way so I can see the time, the 2 little minutes that I get. I just want to speak from my own experience. When I've listened to people comment on the presentations that are made, that's when I really hear the other side of the story. Because the board has one particular perspective, maybe not one, but they have a particular perspective. And when I listen to the well-informed public comment on the things that the board does, it's very helpful. It's very helpful to me because the board has a perspective. The board gets together, they do their they do their practice sessions about all this stuff. And so they come here, it's sort of a dog and pony show, but someone's got to point out that the emperor has no clothes on. And I love that when people do speak out and speak their truth. So I'm very disappointed, but I'm not surprised that any opportunity that folks have to shut the public down or to shut off comment, of course you want to do that. And you can figure out all kinds of ways of doing it, and you will, because you have the power. That's what power does. Power wants to maintain power at any cost and really don't want to hear from the public. Ultimately, that might be a little tongue-in-cheek, 45 seconds, but I just want to say that anything to close down public comment is just, it's lamentable. It's embarrassing that someone would even suggest such a thing, because Otherwise, we have very little opportunity to speak anyway. When we do get to speak, it's a minute here and a half a second there or whatever. So I'm very disappointed that you would even think about shutting down public comment, because the stuff you people put in that consent report that you guys do at the beginning is an absolute circus show. You know what? And we don't get to comment on any of that. So in the interest of time, I like to stop on time. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Can we go to the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Carol Delton.
Director London, I appreciate your intention in having the public go first, but I actually would prefer to be able to comment after I've heard, as Asa said, either the reports from staff or in this case, the input of the directors, because that really informs what I say and makes what I say more efficient. And that is why I think it is essential to have public comment on every policy issue that you have developing. I'm also quite perturbed that the essence of this policy only deals with a meeting. If you want to look at the democratic process as a whole, you have committees. Where is the part of the board policy that requires staff to actually staff and report at the board committees? Where is the policy that requires a director who doesn't come to the committee where they're a liaison to give a written report? Where is the policy that requires directors to have public access hours announced publicly so that the committee and that their community can speak with them? Where is the policy that requires directors to respond to their constituents? There were a lot of comments that I made to Director Gonzalez, including expanding e-comment would help a lot. 2 years ago, when public comment was truncated initially, Director Ng did some statistical analysis, and she found that it was the board that took the majority of the time. So again, this is not moving in the direction of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. I've experienced this before, and it's nothing new. When you attempt to cut off the possibility of inclusion and being well informed, because you feel a threat from the public. But going to the issue of public comment for 30 minutes, where you speak on all of the items. So after 30 minutes, if you haven't had the opportunity to speak, then you're completely excluded from the process, or you have to wait all the way to the end to probably speak if you didn't get a chance to speak. So how are you helping us by saying you trying to help people not have to wait through the whole meeting? Because there's a possibility there's going to be some people with 30 minutes for me to speak on every item on the agenda. That's my right if I want to speak on every item, but if I decide. So how many minutes you're going to give every person to speak on every item on the agenda, except for the ones you identified you're going to do? 2 minutes? 2 minutes to speak on every item on the agenda? This is why I didn't do the census, because I'm tired of being a Black person always being excluded, that I'm not valued. And you can't use my body to be an account, just like the Constitution, 3/5 of a human being. That's what we want when we got here. This is another reason why I didn't do the census, because I'm completely disrespected in this venue and all across this country. So Ms. Gonzalez, thank you for the exclusion process that you've invested in.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Can you hear me now? I think
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. And as an individual, I have a right to speak. Now you can modify that and just let me speak at the beginning of the meeting, and you have enormous number of items. Other people here that are regulars, they actually read deeply, and they bring to the conversation, no matter what time the meeting is, they bring something extra to it. Somebody who has maybe a different perspective, or they clarify in the minds of the school board members what their opinion is. This is cooperating and working together. Now you have a right to run it less democratically, less involvement of the public. Now I think it's a good idea to look how you can do it better and cut down on the amount of time for everyone, and also for the people that want to just speak and go. So why not you let the people that want to speak and go, but not take away the right of every person to talk on any item? Why not do it that way? Why do you have to exclude that? Because, there's only a few people that want to study the agenda and try to make a sensible suggestion how policy could be done better. And you're going to cut those few people out. You don't value those people. I value the other people who do a really good job of informing me how the policies could be better. So I say you can do both. You can let the people talk and leave.
Thank you. I think we have one more speaker, and then we're gonna need a motion to extend the meeting. Ms. Floyd, can you call the next speaker, please?
Yes, our last speaker on this item is Hasten Thomas.
Hi. I think, I appreciate this as a first read. I will say that over the 27 years I've been an educator in Oakland, accessibility to board meetings is a thing. There's not a lot of, there's not extensive participation. I don't know how many people are participating in this meeting, but if you think about who we represent and who we serve in the city, I wonder what barriers to access there are, the length of the meeting, how it's structured. So I appreciate the sort of inquiry stance around, could we make it more accessible? Can we move things around such that there could be more participation and engagement around meaningful things, like consent agenda coming first? You're right, doesn't make sense. Important things coming in the beginning that are new business that actually people want to engage with, but aren't going to stay up until 10:30, 11 o'clock. I think there is some potential reordering that I appreciate the consideration around, but I think we have to go into a deeper inquiry around what are the barriers to access. If we really want this to be democratic, it's not about 5 or 6 people who speak on every item. It's about hundreds of people who come out and speak on lots of items. And I do appreciate the e-comment as an accessibility feature. How do we make that more accessible? How do we reach folks that don't traditionally come to these meetings? There's a lot of people who are left out in this democratic process. I actually know a lot of people are left out in this democratic process. So while there is a lot of frustration around you all are trying to inhibit democracy, and I'm not a big fan of inhibiting or debilitating people's voice in the process or access to elected officials, I do think the system is not working the way we want it to, and we should wonder and ask how we could make it better and more accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I need a motion to extend the meeting until 11:30. I'm going to make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to extend till 11:30, Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Harris,
No.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes,
Motion's adopted and meetings extended up to 11:30.
thank you. We will go now to discussion. Colleagues, does anybody want to offer comments on the proposal from Vice President Gonzalez?
Can I just clarify a couple things, Vice President London?
Sure.
President London. The first thing is just, I forgot to say that the beginning, what I'm proposing at the beginning of the meeting is that we will adding two things. One is a quick celebration and recognition, just because I feel like a lot of our meetings are dwelling on things that are negative and need to be solved and need to be addressed. And so wanting us to each have a chance to just recognize something fairly positive happening in our schools. But the other piece in terms of trying to, this idea of like, I'm trying to shut down comments. Actually, what I want to do with that piece about sharing engagement opportunities is create a space where we actually highlight the things that are, I think, better opportunities for engagement, such as committee meetings, such as town hall meetings, such as working groups that are open to the public, such as, like this environmental one that we were just talking about. Board member office hours. There's a lot of other ways to engage besides board meetings where we're trying to, this is just the most impacted time we have as a school district. And this is the way that people have chosen to engage. And I think that there are some other opportunities that I want us to highlight that I think are actually better places for exchange of ideas rather than sort of this one-way flow of information. And then just to clarify, I am not suggesting that we only have one period of public comment at the beginning of the meeting. There's actually 6 periods for public comment, which yes, is fewer than there are now, but I think will allow us to have more productive meetings and more people I think will engage if they don't have to stay till midnight. So just wanted to clarify a couple of things there.
Thank you. Does anybody want to offer comments on this? Director Harris.
I appreciate you. I applaud you for trying to tackle this. I think this effort goes back 6 years or so. So
Longer.
Yeah, even longer. So I've seen some iterations. So and when you take off in January, hopefully you have a new set of meeting procedures that work for the new board. I kind of like the way you fashioned it. I do think, however, the superintendent's report should stay at the front, and I think the general consent report should actually go higher to the top of the agenda, because it's sometimes if you note, like, let's say our last 15 meetings, we typically get to the general consent report around 8 o'clock, and millions of dollars go through that consent report. And I think it's important that, that amount of money on a consistent basis be considered at an early hour. So, I think if the board can accomplish business early, I'm one that believes this is a business meeting primarily. You want to get your business out of the way. But I appreciate the way you've arranged the other things. I like the idea of sharing something positive, recognitions and celebrations, and just to note, the way you have the public comments here is very similar to the way they do it at just about every other school district in the Bay Area. A block at the top and a block at the end. So those are my comments. But I again just wanted to applaud you for taking this on, Vice President Gonzalez.
Anybody else? Director Yee.
Thank you. Actually, in my period of being on the board, the only time I remember board meetings as being short is when we had a state takeover and a state administrator. And save that period of about 5 or 6 years, they seem to always be about as they are. And I have to admit it has shifted my own a sense of pacing and my own sense of what I do with my other time not on the board. And but what I really wanted to say is, if I reflect upon this last year, and the quality of the decisions we made and the coming together of board members around very thorny issues, I actually think we conducted business with very good constructive outcomes. And I'm not as enamored about the importance of having public comment on every item. And I think people who want to make those comments are free to make those comments to us in a variety of ways. And I think I would rather, for instance, have discussion about the budget earlier in the evening. But even if we have it later on in the evening, I'm impressed by the final outcome. I'm sad that our staff spends a lot of time prepping and being in the meetings, and there's probably other things that would be of more value. But I just don't know any other way to do it. So, Vice President Gonzalez, if your intention is to reduce the time of the meeting, I'm not sure that that's going to happen. If the quality of the decisions we make you feel would be better, I think ours are okay as it is. If you think that we're going to get more participation by a wider range of people, that would be that. If that is the suggestion, that I'm prepared to work on that particular topic, because if you count the number of people who are actually participating in conversation, that would be an interesting statistic by itself. But that's a little bit of rambling. But I think I have to better understand what is the actual intent of the change. If the intent is something you'd like to try, I'm all for it. I really don't mind at all. But if you believe that we're going to end earlier, I'm somewhat skeptical.
Anybody else? I do have some comments myself. I've seen these agendas go every way. I've seen the superintendent report at the beginning. I've seen the superintendent report at the end. Same thing with the board member reports. We did try to bring more voices into the conversation a couple of years ago when we adopted the format we've been using for the last couple of years. I agree with Director Harris that the general consent report needs to happen earlier in the meeting. That is, if we don't approve that consent agenda, there's a lot of things that don't happen in this district, because that's where a lot of the contracts that support our schools, those are often contracts, most of those are decisions that schools are making. That's our capital program. And I just think it's better to get that out of the way. I'm reflecting on how the agendas work at the county that I work for. They take the consent agenda right away. It's the first thing they do after what we would consider recognitions. And then they have 3 or 4 discussion items, and that's the meeting. Sometimes the discussion items are very lengthy, but they don't have all these different categories that we do of public. The unfinished, new, I don't know, but I guess maybe we're required to have all that. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's just another way to think about it. As a practical matter, I'm not going to be on this board very much longer. I have 4 more business meetings after this one. So I kind of leave it up to Directors Gonzalez, Ng, and Yee, because you're the ones who are going to be working on this with whoever the new board members are. So I don't want to be too dictatorial about it, but I do feel pretty strongly that the consent report should be higher up in the agenda, and the superintendent report should as well. So that's my input, and I'll be really curious to see how it works. Maybe I'll try it a little bit, but it's going to be you all. Did anybody else want to offer any comments on this? Director Ng.
Thank you. I don't have that much more to add. We have been at this tweaking different formats. I appreciate, just the acknowledgement that we can try to have shorter meetings, but shorter, more efficient meetings, but there may be other stated goals also. And also around the discipline of, board members ourselves and the comments and the time limits that we have. President London is much more disciplined than I was, I think, in terms of holding folks to the time limit. But I think that, a lot of our time is used up in our own, I don't want to say musings because our own discussions, sometimes monologues soliloquies. And I'm doing that right now too. So anyways, a few things that I wanted to say is that I wonder if, especially during this time that we're on virtual platform, I wonder if there's opportunities to pilot anything different in terms of getting different voices in. I mean, I like that people are using videos now, and I'm not sure if there's any restrictions around that, but I think the combination of expanded e-comments and if there's other ways that we could leverage just the technology platforms now that we're on it, I wonder if there's opportunities about that. I don't know if that's been explored at all. Also, I do want to say that the committee, I've been really enjoying our Budget and Finance Committee meetings because they are a more intimate way to be able to ask questions, have direct interaction, et cetera. So if there are ways to be able to elevate the committee meetings, I think I agree that those are better formats. But I think, to Ms. Delton's point, I think that it goes both ways in terms of we also have to make sure that our committees, our citizen advisory committees are well staffed and by board members and by staff, et cetera. And so I don't know if we have anything about board expectations when we do our annual.
We actually have there's a board policy around the role of board members and what board members are expected to do. So
okay.
We can circulate, you can find that online.
Yeah, I just wonder if, as we transition, if there's a reset around just, our own, we've already talked about kind of staff commitment to supporting commissions, but also board roles as well. Anyhow, thank you for your work, Vice President Gonzalez, on this, and we will see how it goes. I guess I'm open to trying something. We can always revise as we are doing right now, revisiting what we looked at a year and a half ago.
Yeah. So the stakeholder engagement process that I've been doing, they actually had a lot of good suggestions. They asked about electronic voting. So that's something I'm talking to General Counsel about, what would be involved. I know I need to talk to Mr. Rakestraw too. They also talked about the how if we could tally the e-comments and report out on that as a way of just verifying that we're reading them, that we're taking note of them as we deliberate. So there was a lot of other good suggestions that are not things that go into a bylaw, but that are practices that they felt could also help.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think this is a great attempt to try to control the process. I think where I have a level of disappointment is that, I mean, these meetings for me, I mean, they're long. I can be guilty of soliloquies or whatever the case may be, but this is actually my space as a representative to be in leadership and relationship with the 6 other people that are there. So I don't feel bad about dialogue and debate that happens across us, and I think that I think there's an expectation of that. I hear you have a value, and other people have a value of it's in community, and I'm getting community to tell me, direct me, and that type of thing. But this is a business meeting, and we have millions of dollars that we're directing. We have policies that direct us around directing those things. And I don't know that I don't know if I see that part getting more efficient necessarily. I mean, the superintendent is our staff, and that's one of the 3 things that we got elected to do. And to have the management that drives this work be at the end doesn't make sense to me. And also just I don't like the attitude that in some ways, I mean, it gets dominated by the privilege, right? So I call them the 5 people in the back of the room, right? So they get the most airtime. There actually was a study done by one of the superintendents, Director Yee, on how much time people took. Like we actually tallied it and we saw who dominated, who had privilege, who dominated the conversations. So I think, and we just kind of know it. So the question becomes, right, how is there greater or deeper engagement? That is one part of the question. But for me, it's like, how do we spend this time? If we spend 8 hours and if we tallied our time, how much time did we spend actually around student achievement, right? How much time did we really even circle back to look at implementation of the policies that we think about in doing? So for me, efficiency would be that we would just do our job better in the time frame that we have. One of the things that we did at one point was we actually scheduled community-based meetings, so that those meetings were totally about public comment. They were somewhat open mic. I think there were some agendas, there was a formality to it that I think we didn't like so much, because we thought it could be a lot more free exchange. Like I hated the fact that I had to sit at the table and still have a piece or whatever. So anyway, there definitely that's one aspect, and your constituency of course is important. But this work is also holds another place, and so it gets combined because this is the time that we have to do it. And then I'm out of time, but I think continuing to look at how committees are done and how we advertise and talk about committees, because maybe people would come to them. But I know that they're kind of hard for staff. And also if we're running them and directing them throughout the weeks in between board meetings, I just don't know the level of their capacity to hold it.
Thank you, colleagues. I don't know if anybody, if there's a second round of people feel like they've said their piece. Appreciate the feedback. I will use it. I'll incorporate it as much as I can and still hold true to my vision. And we'll see how it goes when it comes back. But are there any other feedback or comments?
Director Yee.
Well, I would just like to ask Vice President Gonzalez my comment about the quality of the decision-making we ultimately did over the last year. If you take that as the standard of the meeting, would you feel like the meetings were conducted in deliberation among the 7 of us fairly and with thought, and that the decisions reflected the norms of adequate decision-making in moving the district forward? If you do, then that's not the issue, and I'm comfortable with that. Whatever system you propose that we try. But
this is very much informed by the fact that we're going to have 4 new people joining us, me, you, and Director Ng, in January, and the need for, at least my own experience was that our meetings were so crammed, and that I felt like I was constantly being forced to make decisions without having a chance to have adequate time to ask questions, to get answers, to have enough debate. And it was profoundly frustrating, and it mitigated, it hindered my ability to build trust with my board colleagues, because I felt like people didn't care if I was getting my questions answered, and my ability to build trust with staff, because it felt like they were constantly saying, we don't have time for that, we'll get back to you, and then not following up. And so part of this is, it's not really relevant whether I think that we have a good dynamic and a good system for making good decisions together, because this isn't going to be the team in 2 months, right, or 3 months that's going to be making these decisions together. And so
I have a question, and why are you bringing it up now then?
Then I think
right now it's Director Yee's time.
I just think that,
I'm asking the question, why are you bringing it up now?
Well, I appreciate you did. Can you let me finish my time, Director Hodge? Because I think this is really the critical moment. This is your reflection upon what we will need with 4 new board members with us. And for that purpose, if you're looking at this decision from that perspective, then I certainly respect it, and I would support you in that effort, because you're the vice president now. and I've told you, that I hope you'll continue in leadership. So that's what matters to me the most, to understand why you are doing it. And once you've explained it the way you've done, I'm very satisfied with your thought process.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to offer more comments on this? Okay, so we're going to close out this item. Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. We'll look forward to seeing how this may be revised. We're going to go now to item T3, 201671. This is a resolution around the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee. Director Gonzalez, this is also an item being brought forward by you.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a good conversation about this. So I don't want to belabor this. Basically, all this resolution is basically saying is that we anticipate that if Measure Y is adopted by voters, that we will apply the same oversight criteria that we have recently adopted in June, I believe, to Measure Y.
Great. With that one little piece about the pending term limits.
Madam
right.
President.
And of course we will observe. Our rules around term limits.
Mr. Rakestraw has.
For debate continues, since this is a voting item, we need a motion and a second.
I so move.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hughes, seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. Thank you. Let's see if there's public comment on this item. If you wish to offer public comment, please raise your hand.
Yes, we have speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, Citizens Oversight Committee. And it looks like from the way you're trying to set up your agenda, you don't need the citizens. It seems like you're saying you can do your business for running this district without input, or you might be saying, as citizens or residents of Oakland, take care of your business outside of our meetings, but don't interfere with our meetings because we just want to take care of the business among ourselves. I go to a lot of the committee meetings. I was just in Measure J meeting, and I was the only one that spoke. I've been to other meetings where there's nobody there. All this thing about too much interference with the public and you can't take care of the business. Then you're talking about you want to move the consent agenda up to the top. You rubber stamp the consent agenda. You never have any discussion on anything except to take a vote and maybe pull a few items every now and then. It's so insulting how you're hypocritically representing that you are going to be working towards taking care of the business. And when I got that email from you, Gonzalez, about calling you, I didn't call you because I don't trust you. I don't trust none of you. That's why I only want to have a conversation with you in a public venue. And when you say they have a variety of ways where we can contact you, I choose to contact you in this meeting. And you want to take me out and direct me to find another way to talk to you? The Brown Act says, before you take a vote, you're supposed to allow for public comment. That's the Brown Act.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Asa.
I totally concur with the previous speaker. Oversight. The biggest problem with everything this district and everything this board does is it does it from a perspective of white privilege. You don't have to be white to manifest and maintain white privilege. This is a white supremacist society which says that as a Black person, housing, healthcare, education, criminal justice system, any measure of value in the United States of America as it relates to me and my people we're always on the bottom. That's called a caste system. And because the board and all of you people here won't recognize the fact that you are a manifestation of this caste system, a manifestation of white privilege, a manifestation of white supremacy. This would not be a white supremacist and a white caste system if things were functioning. I don't care whether you're talking about oh, well, we're concerned about the people in the poor area and we want to run our environmental issues and global warming. That's a bunch of joke. It's white. It's white people telling, we want to help you black people. They have no interest in helping no black people. Please. And the issue that I'm making here, as intellectually as I can, is that this is a system. This is a washing machine. This is a dishwasher. It's going to wash the dishes. It's going to do what it's going to do. It's just going to be that way. I don't care how many black faces you have sitting up on the dais. It doesn't matter. This system is corrupt because it is a white supremacist. And let me look at my time. You can call me out. But this is a white supremacist system. And unless you approach every single, you're talking about oversight, because you don't care.
Can you wrap up, please? Thank you.
Yes. My point is this. When you do your oversight, why don't you show us some statistics of who is doing the oversight?
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next
oversight. Show me statistics.
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I agree with the previous speaker, and that's the whole point. The Brown Act was in reaction to a newspaper article in the Chronicle years ago, where they were revealing that the policies were all made outside the sight of the public. The spirit and intent is that when decisions are made, they're made publicly. And if you change the right, which is a right that you can provide, which the Brown Act doesn't provide because it's inadequately written, it needs to be sharpened to give the public a right to access to every single item. So you could manipulate things so the public doesn't get to comment on the item or items, because there's so many items that things just slip by. You might catch a few of them, but you won't be able to comment. Nobody's going to allow you 2 minutes for every item on the agenda. That's a pipe dream. That's not going to happen, and that would just extend the meeting. That's ridiculous. So the point is, the Brown Act was written in the spirit of you would make decisions taking the public into consideration. Now, one of the directors wants to say that some publics don't count. I don't like that person, so I don't want to really listen to that public. Well, everybody on the board is supposed to represent everybody, not just one segment of the public. And so, I mean, it still boils down to, are you going to make it more democratic and provide a right to everybody to speak on any item? Yes or no?
Thank you. Are there any more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker, President London.
Thank you. So just to remind everybody of what we're voting on, this item would resolve, it says, therefore be it resolved, it is the intent of the Board of Education, should voters approve Measure Y in November 2020, to apply the enhanced oversight measures adopted in June 2020 for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee to Measure Y. And be it further resolved, it is the intent of the Board of Education to include Measure Y, if approved by voters, among the other measures overseen by the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, and to maintain the current composition of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee subject to term limits. That is the item before us. I'm now going to ask Mr. Rakestraw to call the roll.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
No.
Director Harris?
Yes, thank you again, Vice President Gonzalez.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're going to go now to item T4, 201854. This is a memorandum of understanding between the district and the Oakland Education Association regarding the impacts and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Senate Bill 98, the governor's pandemic plan for learning and safe schools for the 2020-2021 school year, and the California Department of Public Health framework regarding distance learning issued July 17th, 2020. And I'm going to go to, I'm going to ask the superintendent and the general counsel how they would like to proceed with this.
But to properly be on the floor, Madam Chair, you need a
Can
motion
I have
and
a
a second.
motion to approve? Thank you, Mr. Rickstraw. It's getting late and I forget these things. Can I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Moved by Director Yee.
Second.
Second by Vice President Gonzalez. Thank you. Superintendent?
Thank you, Board President London. At this time,
Excuse me, I think we need to make clear, Director Yee, that your motion says that we approve the MOU pending compliance with Government Code Section 3547.5 and all applicable AB 1200 disclosure requirements. I want to make sure that you understand that that is part of your motion, correct?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President London. I will turn the virtual floor over to our General Counsel, Joshua Daniels.
Thank you, Superintendent. This is the MOU that has been referenced before in a number of communications. I just want to acknowledge the work of our bargaining partner, OEA, and of course the leadership of Janine Lindsay on our bargaining team. I don't know, Ms. Lindsay, if you want to show your screen and say a few words about the details of the MOU.
Thank you, Josh, General Counsel. I just want to highlight that these have been such unprecedented times, and with all the rigor that came to the table to make this MOU happen, we were able to pull it off. And I just want to say thank you to both bargaining teams for the late nights and for all of the work that is still happening to implement. We do want to highlight that this MOU brings a lot of quality to the distance learning programs, as well as support for our teachers and other OEA members. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you all on doing this, and we look forward to moving on to other MOUs this year.
Thank you. Our colleagues, do you have any questions or comments about this? Ms. Floyd, are there any members of the community who wish to comment on this? If you do wish to comment, now would be the time to raise your hand.
Yes, we do have some public comment. First speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as not only an individual, but a member of the Oakland Education Association. I urge the board to pass this. I don't know if in the discussion, a chief concern I have is whether or not the standards in every building are up to a high standard in terms of the air, the filtrations, and whether or not the filters in the buildings are up to standard. And hopefully that's a concern that took place, and that in the future there'll be some type of report, because having people to go in where the virus can circulate and can't be trapped by the filter because it's costs too much or something like that, that would be a concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asa.
Yes, Board President Jody London. I find it very, very insulting that you guys shut all of the faces off when we're talking. So we're talking in an empty room by myself, and the only thing I can see is my image. And this is so Orwellian. This is so Orwellian. You guys are tripping. I can't see the board, right? So now, instead of me showing up and looking at you guys in your faces, you won't even show me your pictures. Okay, and I'm clicking on both of these. I can't see anybody. I'm in a room by myself talking because you guys are probably having your snacks, looking at each other, talking to each other, and you're not even listening to anything I say because I don't see anyone on the board. This is very embarrassing that you do this. I come to a board meeting, I need to see my board representatives.
Mr. Asa, can we stop the clock for a minute? So first of all, I'm not sure what's happening with your setup, but I see all of the board members, and we do not show the video for the people who are offering public comment. Secondly, when you resume, can you please address the question of the memorandum of understanding around distance learning between the district and the Oakland Education Association? Thank you. Please resume.
Yes, Ms. London, am I supposed to be able to see you now, or am I just supposed to see me, just alone?
I don't know. I do not know what's happening with Zoom, but I know that all of the board members and the superintendent are visible on the Zoom meeting that I'm in, and the members of the community are not, and that has always been how we have.
Okay, very well, very well. I know you guys aren't aware of that. You have technical people that are doing things that you don't know what they're showing the people up front, but I would like you to check to find out why it is I can't see anybody's face here as I'm speaking. What I want to say simply is that there's a system that's functioning, and it's going to function whether I like it or not, or whether anybody else likes it or not. The system has been in place for 400 years. It's racist. It's going to be that way. It doesn't matter who's there. And so the only way that that's going to change is if every decision that you make and every report that you give, you have to ask yourself truly the question, what is the impact of that decision that you're making on poor Black people? That's exactly what you have to ask. I got 3 seconds. That's what you have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
That was the last speaker on this item.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any further comments about this? General Counsel, is there anything else we need to know?
No, the motion includes the language that would be appropriate for this item at this time.
Great. Can we call the roll, please?
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Where do we go now? Sorry. The next item, T5 and T6 have both been withdrawn from this meeting. That's correct. So that brings us to T7, which is 201735, application for provisional internship permit for a number of employees. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Second.
Second by Director Yee, moved by Vice President Gonzalez. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one. Asa?
Yes. Oh, I can see everybody now. That's not. Oh, well, you shut me off.
It must be when we put the clock up then. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, you shouldn't put the clock up. I don't want to see the clock. You can watch the clock. Now, I want to say, what are the number of teachers that are coming, that are going to be a diversity here? You see, this is exactly the way white privilege and white supremacy works. We pass these laws and we say, oh, well, we're going to have 6, 10, 12 teachers. And do we have diversity there? We don't care if we have diversity because we live in a white racist system that that's just the way it's going to roll. So shut up, Asa, because that's not what you want. I'm living in a different universe. Insanity is thinking the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I am insane if I think that you guys are going to operate in a way to actually make sure that the poor folks in East Oakland and West Oakland get their fair share of this particular program. We're going to do this for a teacher. It's going to be a bunch of white teachers up in the hills is basically what's going to be. And that may not be true, but the preponderance of evidence shows, I have some time, shows that. Now, you can put that time up there, and you know what? You guys laughed and joked and acted a fool when I was there in the room watching you. Now you put the clock up so you can act a fool, right? And disrespect me, but that's okay because that is consistent with white privilege and white and you know, essentially what's happening in the White House is happening here. Doesn't matter what color your face is. What you're doing is the only way that we can improve the outcomes and making sure that we don't have from the principal's office to the prison pipeline. We need to interrupt that. And the only way we can interrupt that is to do just that, is to interrupt that. But that must be interrupted at every point. This particular bill that you're voting on is not going to be about diversity. You don't care about diversity, except for when you can put some claptrap on it, but it's not really going to happen. My time is up. Thank you. Now you guys can show back up again. And
thank you. Let's see. Are there any other speakers, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker.
Thank you.
President London, this is just a quick comment that I believe the reason why the speaker is not seeing our faces is because when the clock is put up, only the clock is seen on the screen. Our faces don't show on the Zoom. Another participant sent me a screenshot of what is included.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure if there's anything that can be done in terms of having
we'll
going forward, but that's just as an FYI.
We'll take that into consideration. We do need.
We're exploring it, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt this, I think it's a application for professional internship permit. Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yeah.
Okay. Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
We're now going to go to item T8 201736. This is an application for variable term program waiver, CBEST BCLADM program from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing for a number of teachers. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by President Harris. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have two speakers. Speakers Asa.
Thank you, board. I hope that the BCLAD and these special dispensations that you're offering here, that you've gone through the extra bit of trouble to make sure that those disadvantaged individuals who could benefit from this dispensations and these wonderful gifts that you're offering, that it goes to everybody listen, I know what you guys are doing. Yeah, I'm getting people coming from Boston and Pennsylvania. I see all of these people. It's like, well, we talk about Oakland. Well, where are the people in Oakland that are taking benefit of these positions, of these jobs? This is a job. And so how did these people get into those positions where they can ask for a dispensation? Because they knew another teacher knew another teacher knew another teacher. And they said, hey, listen, this is how you can do it. Do this, do that, do that. And boom, come on over. I'll fly over to California. We got a job for you. Please, board, this is exactly what happens. I see it every day. I see these young white kids come from who knows where. Why can't we develop? It's got to be developed, these Black people here in Oakland to take on these opportunities. And I can say this because you can't tell me that you're doing equity in this. You only bring up equity when it feels good, when it looks good. This is where equity is. Who's getting the advantage of this position, of these jobs or administrative opportunities or these situations? Well, it's not going to be the Oakland people. So we've got to figure out how we can get the poor East Oakland, West Oakland, the poor Black people who are so disadvantaged in this society, which is a white supremacist society, white privileged society. And this is just another example of another small example. That's my time. Thank you very much. Let's see the board now. Get the clock off.
Can we call the next speaker, please, Ms. Floyd?
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yeah, thank you. I'm enjoying this brother so much. Thank you, sir, for being here. It is not appropriate, it's not fair or acceptable for every meeting to have an agenda item that speaks to the fact that we are going to have teachers that go into the classroom and we're wavering the fact that they are not qualified or certified. And without at some point saying it is necessary to get a report on every school. How many teachers do we have who are not certified for the jobs that they have, to see if there's a racial equity component, to see if there is too many Teach for America teachers. You have to do more than sit. You're saying tonight you want to be able to have the time to do your job. And you have the time to do your job right now. And I've seen many occasions where you don't do the work. And that's what I say. I'm going to make the demand to do the work. It is unacceptable to have every board meeting a list of individuals who are not qualified or certified to be in the classroom. And you giving them a waiver to be in that classroom without some kind of initiative to address it and to make sure that we work hard. You say that you have excellent teachers. That's how you talk about your teachers. But you don't say if they're qualified or certified. I read your documents. You refer to them as excellent teachers. But we need qualified teachers in the classroom, and stop rubber stamping everything. Okay, you cannot let me speak, but you speak to the issues, please.
Thank you. Are there more comments, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker on this item.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
Madam President, I just had a comment.
Go ahead, please.
I actually, this was always a really important issue for me. I think for probably a good year, I would make this comment of noting this, but more from a perspective around the lack of balance and the political arguments that are always kind of thrown at charter schools about not having certified teachers, and that in our very large system, the same is also true based on teacher shortages, et cetera. And I think that there have been requests to kind of look at, because if you look at the placement, for the most part, they are placed in schools where low performance may be happening, or again, attrition of teachers. And so, it especially in this period of COVID and learning loss, I want to give big props to these teachers that are stepping into doing that. They may be failing class. They may have been too sick to take a class, might have got canceled because of COVID. Who knows? But I do think that the follow-up piece would be really important to think about. Maybe this is the first line of teachers that we make sure get supports that are out there. And while we do our kind of, talking point about charter schools, it'd be great for the charter office to actually look at the certification onto charters. And I don't mind shining that light on there, because I believe in high quality across all schools. And I also know that there's principals inside of charter schools that they teach because they don't have a teacher that might have passed an exam or something like that. So they actually take it on to make sure that there's a qualified teacher in front of their students. So maybe we might do some taking this as a moment to improve our practice.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yeah.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
This motion is adopted.
Thank you. We will go now to item V, Pupil Discipline Consent Report. There is none. Item W is regular board members' reports. Does anybody have a report this evening? Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you. Briefly, my community engagement meeting for the strategic plan is going to be on October 1st, 5 p.m. held via Zoom. It'll go out in one of those district emails, and it will also go out via my newsletter in a couple days. So you'll be able to sign up to get the Zoom link. We have Budget and Finance Committee meeting tomorrow night, I believe at 6 o'clock. So hopefully folks can join us for that. Director Yee, I don't remember when our next Facilities Committee meeting is, but maybe you could mention that.
Second Monday.
Yeah, 8 a.m.
Oh,
second Monday.
Friday, I'm sorry. Second Friday, I'm looking it up right now. Second Friday at 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. Anybody else?
Did my items are they gonna go at the back end? My Ps?
President London, Director Hinton Hodge pulled items P7 and P26.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Okay, wait, we need to go back. Let's finish the board member reports. Thank you, Director Hinton.
October 9th, Director Vice President Gonzalez.
Okay.
October 9th, 10 a.m. Join us, please.
Director Ng, did you have a report?
Oh, I just had a couple quick announcements. I'm co-hosting with Councilmember Bass and some parents from District 2, a District 2 multilingual family forum next Wednesday, September 30th, 6 to 7:30 on distance learning and safe return to schools. It will be available interpretation in Spanish, Cantonese, and Vietnamese. And thank you to all the staff who have helped who are helping to support that. We are also going to have an Ed Partnership meeting on October 5th. The two items will be reimagining school and public safety and a facilities item that Vice President Gonzalez and Councilmember Taylor is bringing forward. We actually had a student board member orientation, since it'll be the first meeting that our student board members will be sitting on our virtual dais with us. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'll just announce that I am holding my office hours this Saturday. They're virtual. If you want to meet with me, send me an email and we'll set it up in the afternoon. And on October 15th, I've been asked to hold the date for a town hall meeting that Assemblymember Bonta is going to be hosting about back to school. And there'll also be a couple of members from our staff there talking about where we are with the new school year. I believe that's it. Let's go back to the two items that were pulled. Mr. Rakestraw, could you remind me?
If I am correct, if it's P.-6, that's a facilities agreement regarding the
I believe
DSA.
it's T.-2. P is in Peter .-2. Is the
So
first
if you're talking about what I pulled,
Yes, we're on your items. So could you tell us please which items they were?
absolutely. I pulled P7 and I pulled P26.
All right.
So
P7 is the job descriptions.
Yes.
In the Human Resources Department.
So I pulled this because I've had an interest for a really long time. One, I actually attempted to bring forward policy regarding like authorization, who we were as authorizers. And then since that time, we've had like the political whirlwinds of 1505 and a series of other types of things. And then we created a charter committee that, again, I was deeply concerned about the folks that were on the charter committee, because I just had real concerns about like fairness and what was happening. And then there was again other kind of charter pieces that got put ahead of the conversation that I wanted to have around quality authorization. And so anyway, and so I've had an interest in like this office being fully staffed and like what does it look like, but every time cuts have come, it's usually been gone. So this position is like a deputy director position, and it's not filled. I just kind of wanted to know a little bit more about moving forward with this position. Is it going to be open to that? And then just wanting to kind of look at that the charter community is actually a lot of white leaders in those schools, but predominantly families of color, Black and brown students for the most part. And so I don't see any reflection in our own office that does, does the authorizing, does the site visits, looks at the quality, looks at the culture. I don't see any diversity at all inside of our charter office. And so I would be excited to know whether or not we just change the job description because we need to always do that? Or are we planning on doing a hiring? And what likelihood are we going to get a person of color in the office?
Dr. Hodge, what about Ms. Maraca as a person of color?
Yeah, outside of that, there's like three other, I think, I don't know. They look like they characterize themselves as white to me. They
that
white,
she is a person
but
of color.
there are no Black people or there are no Latino people that I know of.
That's more accurate because she is a person of color.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer Director Hinton Hodges' questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just a question of,
yeah.
I would hope that you would make your office more diverse if you have that control and authority to hire. But I don't know if you're hiring because sometimes we're like, well, we're changing the job description, but we're not hiring.
Yeah, we are planning to hire for this role. It would be open to both current staff members in the office as well as outside candidates. There are also potentially other changes we're looking at making within the office. And our team has absolutely already flagged as a priority that we need to diversify our team, as you mentioned, and our team is very aware of this, that the families in charter schools, the staff of charter schools, our team does not reflect that. And so we are looking to diversify our team. And as I mentioned, yes, we are high. This is a role that has been vacant, and especially with the change in my role over being over sort of both charter and enrollment, we especially thought now was a good time to hire a deputy.
Okay, great. I totally agree. Again, I've always felt like this was an office that needed to be bolstered more so that we could learn more from it. Thank you. I guess I can make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? I will second. I will second. Can we call them? Are there any comments on this item?
Yes, President London, we have one, Asada Olabawa.
Thank you.
Yes. This is just a good example of how it's important before you have a comment as a public participant to hear the perspective of the council members, because I wrote notes on this item, but I did not have in my reviewing of the document the information about the makeup of the current employees that work in the charter system. Had I known that, I would have spent some time uplifting the importance of having more diverse individuals as a part of the charter and personnel. And this just speaks volumes to how you have an expectation that the public will have the capacity to fluently and appropriately address items if they don't get the totality of the full understanding of what the agenda item is. But when you don't really have the seriousness of inclusion and full information availability, this is what happens. But adding to what I did write down, so this individual has too many duties related to what I saw, but supporting equitable enrollment practices is a very important aspect And I hope whoever gets the job will fulfill that, supporting equitable enrollment practice in the charter schools. Because right now, the charter schools are segregated. And under a chartered school component, as I know it, you have the ability to create a truly diverse school. But instead, we have these segregated chartered schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more public comments?
Yes, we have two more speakers. The next speaker is Asa.
Some of us have gone to graduate school and we had to operationalize problems. We had to collect research on those problems. We had to do a literature review. We had to construct those research papers and present them for our degrees. That's what education is really all about. It's not about some guy coming up here telling us stuff about a curriculum. And these people, I've watched these people come up here, they sing these songs and dance and colors and pictures, even when we were talking about lots of different things. And I've spent time at work for people who do construction. I was looking at those construction numbers, the numbers didn't even add up. So, yes, I'm a Black man with graduate degree education, right? I've done the operationalizations, I've done the analysis, I've collected the data, and I've analyzed the data, and I've come up with conclusions. But that's certainly not what happens in an academic environment like this, because this is a joke. This is a joke because this guy is talking about all this curriculum stuff. No one comes to this board and ever has to substantiate anything they say. No one has to come to this board and say, hey, this is the percentage, this is the equity here. Well, where's the equity? Where's the beef? Where's the money? No one gives a damn, because the reality is that you have to operationalize what you do, collect the data, and present it to people who care. But white supremacy will play out every time because white supremacy doesn't need any data because it's going to work for them anyway. Why do I have to worry about what Donald Trump does? If I'm a white guy, I don't care because Donald Trump has got my back. Well, I tell you one thing, this board does not have my back as a Black man, as a highly educated Black man. Operationalization.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is a call-in listener. Oh, it's gone. That was our last speaker then.
Thank you. Can we have
President London?
Oh,
President London, Mr. Mordecai has raised his hand. Jim Mordecai.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. And then we're going to need a motion to approve.
Okay, Jim Mordecai is speaking as an individual. I agree with the previous speaker, even though I am a white man. Because fair is fair and this system is not fair. And so how can you make it fairer? One of the things is you gotta come out of the cave and look at the truth, because when the man did come out of the cave, he was blinded by the sunlight. So we have to look at the truth. The truth, we're in a competition. We're in a capitalist system where we're privatizing public funding of education. So when you hire people for your school district, which is in competition with the charter school, do you give a darn whether or not they're for public education or against it? And you're in competition. So when Coke hires somebody to compete with Pepsi, do they hire somebody that's a charter school person? Well, you got the head of the charter school that studied at the Stanford right-wing institute called the Hoover Institute. That should be enough to chew for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry, I've just lost where we are. Have we had the discussion about this item? I know we've taken public comment. Okay.
There's a motion.
Yes.
Seconded. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes. So it was Director Hinton Hodge and London's moved and seconded it. Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London.
Yes,
Motion is adopted.
thank you.
And I can make a motion on P26 as well.
Oh, we're still, okay, I'm sorry, I thought we were on P26. That's why I got
That was,
confused.
I think, P7.
That was P7. P26, thank you.
Yeah. So so again,
We
this
need a
is like-
seconder.
yeah.
We need a
P26.
seconder.
So it's been moved by Director Hinton Hodge. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Harris.
So this is a little bit continues to be in the same vein of the body of work that I asked to get done over a year ago around like who are we as authorizers, subsequently, you know, putting people on charter boards, trumped that. Then this charter committee was created. So you all just did some, this is, I think, the work around adjusting 1505. And, you know, there was a slew of legislation that happened. And again, I feel like it's very anti-charter kind of sentiment that revolves around this. But you guys, again, has been said that you've done great work. I think, I guess I can go back and look at documentation, but I think I want to learn more. Like I think as a committee, maybe it's to know where it is, and maybe I can go on my own. But in the same way that, you know, a facilities report can come back or other kinds of report, I think this was definitely in the consent agenda. And so I think I would have wanted to hear a little bit more about it, and in particular 1505, because a lot of people are talking about it. Definitely out in the campaign world, of course. But just to have a better sense of that, it definitely, you know, politically for me and ideologically, it wasn't a piece of legislation I thought was really good. And so when I think about moving forward, just what does it do and how does it set a precedent around the work that's moving forward? So maybe a more detailed report in some kind of way, or something that I can peek into. And again, probably I will continue to suggest and recommend that there is some policy work that is done by our board. And even when I'm a citizen, that we really look at who we are as authorizers. Thanks.
Wanted to offer one comment that we, 2 charter committee meetings ago, had provided a more detailed update on AB 1505, and we collaborated pretty closely on the language in that deck with California Charter Schools Association and other folks. So I'd be happy to share that. I know it's sort of buried in, you know, Legistar, so I'd be happy to share that around with folks. And that could be helpful. And the other thing I'll say is the edits to the board policy we're making right now are sort of the minimum amount of edits to bring it into compliance with AB 1505, and is no way intended to prevent any potential further updates that board members may want to make around charter authorization, you know, philosophy. And our staff is happy to engage with board members if helpful on that. So definitely we know that was on, you know, that's on the work plan and something that could be happening in the coming months or year.
Are there any further comments from board members? Is there comment from the public on this, Ms. Floyd?
There are no public comments. Mr. Mordecai.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Thank you for unmuting me. Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking in individual. It's basically the same problem, is that there is a refusal to acknowledge, like as there was with Jefferson, to acknowledge that slavery existed, that it was going to just fade away. Well, in this case, charter schools are here to stay is the thing. So therefore, what we have to work cooperatively to advance both our interests. But your interests are not compatible. The law is structured so that you are in competition. So when you go ahead and hire people and hire the Hoover Institute brilliant person that she really is, when you hire that person, she's going to naturally have a world view that charter schools are good. Well, that's what some people on the board want to advance. You want to advance the idea that it's good to have a charter school, whereas you're not defending who's, is paying your little $800, whatever. It's the public. It's the public school, and you're defending private entity. The charter schools are privately managed, competing with the public schools. And I was born during World War II, and the word quisling would apply to somebody that's on the that's a public school leader and is accommodating to the occupying troops, like the Nazis.
Are there further comments, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have 2 additional speakers. Our next speaker is Asa.
Yes, thank you. And I lost track of what I've actually wanted to say, so I'll have to say this instead. It's really important that when these people, these staff members, we don't have a rubric that when a staff member makes a presentation, that we ask them, how did you analyze the equity before and after what your proposal is? How do we evaluate the equity for poor Black people who end up in prison, which 70%, how do you evaluate that? How did you operationalize that? What is the statistics around what you're presenting here? How many students actually are showing up in school? What are the real problems that are going on? Okay, because I've been in schools 10 times more than everybody on this board in the past couple of years. What is really happening? The only way we can know, this is what I wanted to say. Donald Trump denied the fact that the disease existed. He denies the mask. He denies, and he said it was all going to be done, all going to be over in the spring. It's just going to disappear. He's doing nothing less than what this board does every single moment. They say these things, they lofty ideas, and we've got a problem, and we've got a vaccine, and we've got this. You ain't got nothing, because it turns around, the people are dying anyway. Black people are dying. So you can talk all the equity you want, but the reality is, show me the money. Show me the money. You combine schools, who loses? It's the Black people, because the white folks are going to send their kids somewhere else. So until you operationalize and ask the right questions, then you're doing no different than all these other people who you just say you're going to do one thing and it just doesn't happen because you don't have the tools to investigate and analyze. You let these people come up here talking colors and pictures and, look at the African-American male achievement task force. We got all this stuff going on. He ain't got nothing, never had nothing.
Please conclude your comments now. Thank you.
I have concluded my comments. Thank you.
Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, point of clarification, is this the item that is the charter school amendments?
This is our charter policy.
Okay, I had it down as P26 instead of P27. And I took some notes on this item, and one thing I really respect about Ms. Clinton Hodges, she speaks to what she thinks is important in the charter schools. Under her understanding is an important item to follow up, for her to pull those items that reflect things that are valuable to her is what I would like to see coming from every board member. Speak to the consent agenda. Speak to the items that need attention. Read the items, whatever your focus is, whatever your passion is around the children. But we've got to stop rubber stamping these items. And for sure, the idea that items have already been enforced and you approve them 7 or 8 months after they've been implemented is ridiculous. So you want to do some correction of public participation, but the way you go about your business, you haven't dealt with that. So I asked the question, if you have 30 minutes for public comment and you have people who don't get to speak, what happens? They wait till the end of the meeting. Then when you have announcements, that should go to the front. because you had some very important announcements at the end, but people are gone. If you're concerned about making sure people hear the most valuable things, all the announcement about upcoming meetings and upcoming opportunities for involvement were at the end of the meeting. So, very appreciative of anybody who makes it clear what I believe is important to address that. But to rubber stamp things and say nothing, and to allow the public to say nothing, I firmly disagree with.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments?
Yes, we have one last speaker, Hasten Thomas.
I so apologize for speaking at 11:25 p.m. I really do, and I can't even believe I'm still listening at 11:25 p.m. I think that first, I just needed to make the point that while I respect that there is a perception that public charter schools are private because they are managed by a board that is not publicly elected, I stand by my earlier comment that this process is not democracy at its best. This is not accessible. This is not where the average person sitting in our schools who's a client of any of our schools has access or voice or power. Democracy privilege. The electoral system privileges white people. The city is 80% white voter. The schools are not 80% white students. Those voters will pick the next school board. That school board will then decide how to govern its schools. And if we are stuck on the idea that that is what equitable democracy looks like, and therefore charters are bad and the default system is good, and we are going to be in competition, then we are really not in service of all the children and families in the city who are struggling to get a quality education. We have to work as a system. We have to work in concert. We have to put children first and politics and adult agendas second. I feel strongly that, and I appreciate this board, I really do. And I appreciate how hard the staff works. And I think you all should end the night on an appreciation because it is 11:26. You have done the work that a lot of people aren't willing to do. And it's hard work. I worked for the district for 15 years. God bless you all. It's hard work. I appreciate you. And you should definitely end the night on an appreciation.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes, and I do
Direct-
appreciate you all.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. That brings us to, I'm sorry, I was up where these items were. That brings us to item X, introduction of new legislative matter. Is there anything? There is not. So that brings us to item Y, which is adjournment. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And we are ending at 11:27, 3 minutes to spare, Mr. Rakestraw. Let's have a party. See y'all later.